hit it harder? Oh, there we go. Hello. We're glad you're here. We want to start because we are finally all here, and we want to hear as much as we can from you in these minutes. And so I know we're supposed to go till 6, but the secret is feel free to go over. So shh, we said that first out loud. Okay, I'd like to call this study session to order. We are thankful that you are here, and this study session we are learning all about ASU's next education workforce and our teacher and school leader grants. And we are so thrilled to have some special honored guests here, and I will turn the time over to Dr. Forlis to introduce all of you here so that we can learn from you.
Well, thank you so much, Madam President, members of the board. I'm very excited for us to formally have this conversation around the next education workforce, what it is doing not only for Mesa Public Schools, but for the future of reimagining what the workforce looks like in our schools. Today you will be hearing from Dr. Natalie Naylor, and she works on Dr. Basil's team at ASU's Mary Lou Fulton Teacher College, specifically supporting the expansion in the work of the next education workforce. Of course, Dr. Basil is here as well, who is the architect behind much of this. And then from our team, we've got Justin Wing that will jump in and be part of the conversation with our teacher and school leader grant. He is our point of contact and also works very closely with Dr. Mallerwine around what the next education workforce looks like and what the expansion in Mesa Public Schools looks like as well. And then in the back, we've got some of the dream team back there. We've got principals that are thoroughly committed. Krista Adams from Stevenson Elementary, Adam Unrein from Smith Junior High, Chris Gilmore from Westwood High School, and Greg Mendez, who is splitting his time between Skyline High School and Superstition. And then you all know Patty Christie, who was our Director of Recruitment and Retention, funded out of this grant, along with, where's Pedro? All right, there's Pedro, our HR data analyst. Dana is a recruiter, and you know I'm going to say your name incorrectly one more time. Norberto. You know, I always want to forget the end part. Norberto is also one of our recruiters working in the HR team, specifically around the recruitment of staff. So as that's enough to get us kicked off, all of the good stuff is coming from our partners at ASU.
Education workforce, as well as the teacher school leader grant. The teacher school leader grant we call Building Human Capital Systems to Support the Next Education Workforce in Mesa Public Schools. We're going to dive a little bit into what is the next education workforce? What do a team of educators look like? And I appreciate our wonderful school leaders who are here, because if you have specific school questions, I'm going to tag them to help share their on-the-ground experience. But I also just want to frame that what we've really seen in our partnership, and this is truly a mutually beneficial partnership between Arizona State University and Mesa Public Schools, is that we're really using the Teacher School Leader Grant to expedite the work that's already been going on in Mesa. We're not starting new work necessarily. We're taking the foundation of the work that's already been going on, obviously with these school leaders here as an example, and just helping us move faster towards common goals. I do want to let Dean Basile sort of kick us off. As Dr. Forlis mentioned, she is the architect, visionary behind what is the next education workforce, and can talk about how we redesign in partnership.
You are giving me way too much credit. Hi, Madam President, school board. We really appreciate this opportunity to do this. It's actually amazing because I go back now, what was it, 4 years ago, Marcy, remember? We were roommates. There were a number of us. If you were at the lodge, please raise your hand. Like, we were there, right? Raise your hand, you guys, you were there. And we're having lots of conversation about what's next for Mesa Public Schools and what do we do? And they said, well, you know, why don't you come with us? And so this became a bonding opportunity. And that was the first. So they said, look, you got 30 minutes, you can do something on this thing, whatever this thing is you're calling Next Education Workforce. And I don't even know whether 4 years ago or whenever that was, that we were actually calling it that. But At that time, this is the district that raised their hand and said, we're going to do this. Like, we have to go this direction. You know, we are hearing, right, in the newspaper and all this about teacher shortage. You all are very, very familiar with this. And this is not new for us. So we have been seeing over a number of years, right, a decline in the number of people coming into this profession. As a matter of fact, it's about 35 or 40% over the last dozen or so years. And the other thing, right, that we see are people who are leaving this profession much too quickly. And so here we sit as a major, the largest college of education, and I said to myself, you know, what are we gonna do about this? We have a student body of 7,700 students right now. We are about 350 faculty and staff, just to give you a sense of who we are. And if we don't do something, if we don't start thinking differently about what's happening here, then who will? And so for a very long time, lots of people have put a lot of funding into recruitment and retention strategies of teachers, and it has gotten us nowhere. And so we said, all right, what if this isn't about recruitment and retention? Sorry, recruiters. Sorry, Justin. But what if this isn't about recruitment and retention? What if this actually is a workforce design, workforce development problem? We think about this in a lot of other areas. We think about this in terms of nursing, technology, engineering, where we always think about when we have a decline or we don't have enough of, right, a certain number of people in a particular line of work, we define it as a workforce problem. And in teaching, we do not. We just said, it's more about recruitment and retention. So we're here to say, look, we can't think about it that way anymore. Not only do we have to think about how we are redesigning the entire workforce, who the people are, what we need to do to power them up to be able to serve the students that we have today, we also have to change the workplace. We have to think about how they are working differently. And so the big lever for us around this has been really thinking about how we dismantle, how we really think very differently about the one teacher, one classroom model. Because everything about that is keeping us from getting to the equitable outcomes that we want for our kids. And the reason is because you can imagine, right? I always talk about this story about going to school, like as a parent, and thinking about, all right, 2 days before school starts, I went to the door, right, to look at the list. I'm sure we don't do this anymore, to see who my kid's teacher is going to be. And you have one of three reactions. You either go, yay, got the good teacher. You go, got the new teacher. Or you go, ugh. And the only reason you know any of that, is because your neighbors told you. You don't know anything really about these teachers. You don't know what their expertise is. You don't know what they're good at. You don't know whether or not the teacher is really or whether they just weren't the right teacher for that person's kid. And you don't know whether or not that person's going to be the right teacher for your kid, as good as they may be. Because today, walking into a classroom with 25 or 30 kids is virtually an impossible, untenable task. We cannot continue to ask every individual teacher or expect that every individual teacher, no matter where they are on their pathway, no matter where they are on their career trajectory, whether they're a 15-year teacher or a first-year teacher, that they are going to be able to do everything that needs to be done for every single kid in that class. And so we began there and said, so what if? What if we could actually go back to 1960, where the book was written about team-based teaching, and 1972, when Jim Zaharis actually wrote a chapter in a book about differentiated staffing. And it goes on and on and on about what we know about distributed leadership and about teachers' collaboration and about all kinds of things that we are building into what we call the next education workforce. But it all starts with now thinking about not how I take a group of kids and say, here's your 30 kids, your 30 kids, and your 30 kids. It is actually about how we take a group of kids and how we say, who are these kids, what are the needs of these kids, and how do we build the right team of adults around them. We've all done that for our kids because we have the wherewithal to do it. And we've had years when we've struggled, and we've had years when we just didn't have the right set of adults, and we couldn't be the right set of adults. And so this is where we are headed with Mesa Public Schools, with now the Superintendent's Association on a national level, with the American Association for College Teacher Educators, as we also think about how teacher preparation has to change, and how we're thinking about how we place our clinical practice and how we think about how we place our teacher candidates on teams. And all that is now happening in Mesa Public Schools. And Mesa Public Schools is now being the sort of set up as the shining light for how this can look, the kinds of models that these folks are creating. They're the architects, not me. And what this looks like. And we are only saying, look, we want to start to think about teams. We want to think about what that could mean. What does it mean to have team leads? What does it mean to provide advancement for teachers? What does it mean that teachers come together and distribute their expertise? Just like most of the rest of us work in teams and distribute our expertise. I do not know everything that everybody on my team knows. I don't have to. Teachers shouldn't have to either. And I know that if teachers are working in teams and a teacher leaves because they're going to, then I know at least there's a whole team of people who actually know those kids as those kids progress. And I know that now there is probably more possibility that those kids have the people around them that they need, and they probably may have somebody who actually looks like them. And then we're able to figure out where the gaps are, and we're able to bring people in from the community and think about what that looks like and really strategize and be strategic about who our community volunteers, who our paras are, who all of that, right? How do we begin thinking very differently? I think there's a slide in the slide deck, but I want to tell the story because it really was like sort of a big aha for me. A few years back, I had the flu. You guys remember the flu? And I was at Mayo in the emergency room. And in the emergency room, there's a poster, and it says, "Who's in my room?" And there's little blocks, and for every little block, it shows different colored scrubs. And depending on what the color of the scrubs are, it tells you who's in your room. And there's all kinds of technicians, and there's all kinds of, nurses and doctors and lab people and transportation people and all kinds of people, right, who are in and out. Now, I didn't have every one of those people in my room because I didn't need every one of those people. But all those people were there around that group of patients. And that was really felt safe. And it felt like I didn't have to struggle. And it felt like the right people were around me that could help me for what was wrong with me. And so I said to my husband, as I was feeling really crummy, please take a picture of that, because that is how we could start thinking about how we prepare the next education workforce for our schools. So I want to thank you. I want to thank you all for taking a risk. I want to thank you all for being brave enough to go down this path with us. I am here to tell you I don't have all the answers. None of us has all the answers to this. But I do know that the system that we have right now is not working. And it's not working for most kids. And so this is our opportunity to, I think, really show the world, because this is also a global problem. We're also talking about this on an international scale. What can be done? And so I'm going to let Natalie come back up, and then she can tell you what we're doing and how we're doing it and what that looks like. Thanks.
Yep. Thank you, Dean Basile. So we're going to go back to the foundation of the next education workforce. Why redesign? And what is it? What does it look like? So Dean Basile referenced the one teacher, one classroom model. One teacher, 25, sometimes 30, maybe 32 students. And the fact is, here's the picture that she was just referencing. Most other professions organize around teams with distributed expertise. This is a picture of the Mayo Clinic, the scrubs and each different team member. And so the question she raised, Dean Basile raised, what if we don't have a teacher shortage, but a shortage of people who want to be teachers? And how do we solve that? So let's think about, which educator do you want for your child? Teacher A, their 15th year, they teach, they're a nationally board certified teacher, they're teacher of the year, they're A+ in teaching math and reading. Teacher B, their 4th year of teacher, they're an ex-engineer, so have that STEM and that solid science and math background, and they're okay at teaching how to read. Teacher C is in their second year. They're in a residency program. They love YouTube and use social media, and they're definitely have a strong focus on reading, and especially the science of reading, and they're okay at math. And then you have Teacher D, their first-year teacher, emergency certified. They were a camp counselor for 8 years, a comic book illustrator, and so they're so-so at math and reading. They just don't have the year's experience yet. And so what we envision in Next Education Workforce is, what if a parent doesn't have to choose? What if a school doesn't choose? You get Teacher A, Nationally Board Certified, and you get Teacher D, first-year emergency certified teacher. What if we brought all of those teachers around a group of students and they share a roster of 100? And so the Next Education Workforce is about that. It's about providing all students with deeper and personalized learning by building teams of educators with distributed expertise. And we also work to empower educators by developing better ways to enter, specialize, and advance in the profession. I'm going to go back to this third grade educator team. So if you think about the different expertise that we just showed on the previous slide, now all kids, all third grade kids, or at least this group of 100 kids, has an opportunity to have a STEM ex-engineer teacher. So they all get that same STEM engineering passion. They all get the teacher, the nationally board certified teacher, who's an expert in teaching reading. Right? And so all students, when you talk about having equitable learning environments, all students are getting all the same access to the teachers and their different areas of expertise. And so when we talk about a team, the educators, we call them sort of core educators, if you will. The educators are one part of the team. But we also have these other members of a team, and this is what we're referencing in similar to the Mayo Clinic. So you'll see in the top left the educational leader. These may be the school leader. It could also be the leader of a team or a system. You have the professional educator in the orange. They could be a pre-service in Mesa Public Schools, associate teacher. They could be a novice, experienced, or specialized teacher. Then in the bottom left, you have community educators. So these are members of the community, but they're prepared members of the community, right? And we'll talk a little bit about that in a few minutes. And then we have paraeducators, those that are supporting the teaching and the learning of students, and they complement the work of the professional educator. And so we believe that having this team actually allows us to be more learner-centered. And when we talk about deeper and personalized learning, that's what it means. It means putting students at the center. And so you'll see in this slide that each one of the members of the team all provide something different to the learning of that student and to all those 100 students, if we go back to that third grade classroom example. So now let's see what this team looks like. Now they're on a team and they're starting to distribute their expertise. And so teacher A is the head ELA planner, the head math planner, and teaches primarily math and ELA. Teacher B, the ex-engineer, is the tech integration person. They're the head of planning science activities, and they teach an engineering elective. And notice that now we have a sort of a new role, if you will, in managing those community connections to community educators. Teacher C, who loves social studies, focuses on the social studies, and now teaches a social media elective, right? That actual real life experience and passion she's bringing to the classroom. And teacher D, who supports all the instruction. Remember, teacher D is that first year teacher, right? So they don't have an expertise yet in a specific content area. And so they are learning, being surrounded by these other experienced teachers on the team. They're no longer expected to be an expert in all those areas by themselves in a classroom with students. And he is also, or she, Teacher D, I will call that person, is using their experience and interest in illustration. Remember, they were a comic book illustrator, to share that passion with students. And so you have your third grade educator team. You have teacher A, who's now the lead teacher, B, C, and then we have these other team members. We have some high dosage tutors. We have a paid teacher resident, right? In Mesa, they're associate teachers, but sometimes even before they're a paid teacher resident, they're an intern and they're part of the team. And teacher D maybe is also supporting that digital learning facilitator as we've now, branched into this world of hybrid online learning. And then you have team members that support the instruction of all the teams, this team in particular and the other teams at that school. You may have a special educator who supports multiple teams. Some teams, I'll call out Westwood for example, has a special educator devoted to a team. And so no longer are we asking a special educator to manage a workload of a few ninth graders here, a few 10th graders here, a few 11th graders here, but they're fully devoted to this team of students, and that is their caseload, and they can focus solely on that, supporting that team of students. We also have a cross-team unit designer. We have instructional coaches in Mesa Public Schools who act as those supporting team members. And we may have a community educator coordinator as we're continuing to make those connections to the community. So team-based models address the following. Right now we currently, and this is what we've been working towards, we currently have staffing shortages. Dean Basile talked about that. We have teacher absences. We have unexpected resignations, very and too few substitutes, and teachers who are burning out. And what we've seen already in the short 2 to 4 years that we've been working with schools, we've seen a difference. We've seen deeper and personalized learning for all kids. We've seen a whole child support. When you have that whole team of educators with different expertise that are all supporting those students, the whole child gets supported. We see more diverse workforce and new pathways for educators. Now we have paraprofessionals playing very specific and intentional roles on a team, and so they're able to build their expertise as a paraeducator. Novice teachers are never alone. Right? How amazing experience for teacher D, who came in as a novice teacher in emergency certification, to be able to learn from the best. And they're surrounded by 3 other experienced educators to learn from. We see an integration of community educators, and we're seeing this currently, especially in Mesa Public Schools, as we collaborate with the career and technical education area and making sure that those academic pathways have a strong connection to community. And now we have community educators in the field, let's say engineers, who can come in and support a team. And it's not just coming in here or there with one teacher in one classroom. And what we've really seen is that educators have more autonomy and they're less isolated. Anecdotally, you could probably ask any of the school leaders here to share what do they hear from their teams. What I hear from their teams, because I have the privilege of spending some time in their schools, is that teachers don't want to go back. They're like, I won't go back by myself now that I've experienced what it means to be a team. Does it mean that it's easy? No, there's definitely a shaking period, right, as any team. But the benefits of being on that team around autonomy, around a lack of isolation, they have a connection to their peers in a new way. Before we switch gears, are there questions that you have just around the next education workforce pieces? And I may call on a school leader if I need to.
You may address this coming up, but what does this have to do with, how does this fit into a budget? When you add these extra supports, are you saying these are all people who are already working in the district, you're just using them differently? And what does it look like I know I've been in some of our schools where it looks physically different. They've rearranged and done things to their structure, their buildings for this. Are you going to address that later, or is that?
I can address some of that now, and maybe some of the school leaders, if you can think about, I may call on. Yep, or go ahead, Justin.
Start with that. I think it comes up a couple slides, but not maybe in full detail. To begin with the TSL grant, I think the next slide, $8.2 million in a 3-year period. It was announced September 30th, the next day it started, which is great, but we're a little behind where we want to be because a day notice, with the potential of year 4 and 5. And our stance is that we're going to get year 4 and 5, Mesa Public Schools. We do have some leadership. We'll talk about that in a second. We're looking at repurposing dollars. And, the example that came to my mind right away was our emergency sub certification when we asked the governing board and leadership around the district to help us. And what we did is we leveraged our dollars differently. I think I shared with you months ago, we had 130 plus certified jobs open a week before school started. We have 600 classified. We just sit on the vacancy, or do we leverage those dollars some other way? Part of the grant, and that's why we don't have a full answer to this, we're not going full in starting tomorrow. We are identifying certain schools, and you'll see that in a little bit. But the TSL grant, one of the focuses, one of the objectives is to identify sustainable funding or staffing purpose or whatnot to meet this team-based approach. And that means we're going to look at all of our staffing rules and processes. We're going to evaluate what we're doing with different funds, things like that. That just doesn't happen overnight. Hope that helps some.
And I would add that the schools that have been building models before Teacher School Leader Grant came have been taking their current staffing people and sort of reconfiguring to say, is there opportunity to utilize what I do have differently to support and wrap around teams of educators for students?
I was just going to ask, has this worked anywhere else, or is this new here?
Good question. So we've been doing this work in about 5 different school districts across Arizona. Some are K-8 elementary school districts, some are union high school districts, so high schools only. And so we are seeing the same success across the board. I would say that Mesa is at a much larger scale of implementation than are some of our other partners who are, piloting it in one school or 1 or 2 high schools. And so, here in Mesa, where we have laid that groundwork more than 4 years ago, we're able to implement a lot faster. But yes, we are in a variety of different districts across the state.
To add to that, governing board, when I was looking into hiring Ms. Penny Christie as our director of recruiting and retention, I did some reference checks and I looked at her climate survey results just in case, and they were amazing. They were 20 to 30% greater than the district average. When I looked up Stevenson, same thing. They were even retaining the paid teacher candidates. So just when we're living in a pandemic that's been very stressful, you're talking 90+% satisfaction at least those 2 schools who are doing this team-based model more throughout the school. Some schools are doing just by a grade level necessarily, so it's hard to obtain, but the ones that do full school, that's what they're experiencing. And so I don't know if there's time for a principal to share that part too, but those are some recent examples of results despite the circumstances we're in.
I'm going to ask maybe a difficult question. These are you're dealing with human beings, and you're putting them in teams. Sometimes that mix doesn't work. For the purposes of different personalities, different aims, different goals, and when we talk about the stresses that people have experienced during this pandemic. Let's just say that there's dynamics involved. How does this model deal with the issue of bringing people together to work collaboratively in a team, because I'm seeing that as the big if. So maybe we have experiences at different schools.
Chris Gilmore, would you? Yeah, so
While we wait for Chris to come in, just a side note, Ms. Hutchinson, when I came to Mesa Public Schools, I was very impressed with the portrait of the graduate, the Mesa Promise. I think we do that exceptionally well compared to any others that I'm aware of. My first thought was that should be the expectations of staff. That's the portrait of staff: inclusiveness, collaboration, right? We want to improve our hiring of alumni who are bringing those essential abilities and skills, or attitudes and skills, to the workplace. We should be exhibiting that too. So just to add that may be an expectation we have throughout, is that we're a collaborative team, and collaboration is not just during a planning period or 30 minutes before school. It's throughout the system, departments and schools.
But as the old song goes, you got to love the one you're with. So
That's true.
So I if you wouldn't mind elaborating, Chris, I'd really love to hear your experiences.
Yeah, Board Member Hutchinson, that's a legitimate question, and it was a concern of ours. And we've been piloting at Westwood these teams for about 3 years before we went to the wall-to-wall as the 9th grade. We used our existing teams as our recruiting base. And so we identified those believers that are on our campus, those that are on teams, and we said, go out onto our campus and find those that you would like to work with, that you believe that would like to be part of this model. And it was them themselves that went out there and recruited. And so through that process, the teams were naturally formulating at Westwood High School. When we did have someone leave, we brought in the team to be part of the interview process, because we realized that they're just as important. Their voice is needed. We let them, we went through all the questions with them. We told them what we're looking for, and almost put them in charge of the hiring of their teammate that they want as to be part of their team. So hope that answers your question. We just used our existing base to go out there and to be part of the teams.
Sounds to me like organic recruitment and retention. Love
Yep.
it. Okay, thank you.
Well, I just have a couple questions. One is logistics. I was just thinking, okay, if you have, I've taught in early childhood education, so I think, okay, you have 100 squirrely kindergartners, first graders, and a lot of our buildings are old, so they still are just fitting only 25 kids in a classroom. So how does that work to fit 100 kids? Are the teachers rotating? Are all the kids together? Are we knocking down walls? Like, what is happening there?
Krista.
And I'm going to go see Krista in a little bit, so I'll get to see it in person.
Well, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity, and please, anyone, come visit Stevenson. I know Jenny's been there, and the district was very supportive, and they did spend money to take down some walls and put up glass doors. And I will say it makes a big difference to share students when you have a shared space. Mm-hmm. So the building that I don't have that in, my kindergarten classrooms, there is sharing going on, but it looks and feels different than when the classrooms are connected. It doesn't feel like this is my classroom. It feels like this is our shared space. These are our students, and we move throughout the space all day long. I have been amazed at how easy the students transition. When the glass walls went up, we all wondered, are they going to be staring into the other rooms and waving? And I invite you to come because it's not like that. They are focused so much on learning because now their needs are being met inside the classroom. They're engaged in much more relevant, meaningful learning. They have a lot of voice and choice, so they're learning. The adults are moving, the students are moving. It's quite remarkable, I would say.
Okay. Well, I'm excited to see. Another question I have is, and maybe it's for everyone, to me, this sounds ideal. I will say I'm on board with Next Education Workforce. I love the student in the center. I think that
It's what we're here to do with our Portrait of a Graduate, is what's best for kids. And this sounds like it's what's best for kids. I'm wondering how do principals or teachers that it's not happening at their school yet, but they want it to happen, what's the support or what's the process of a school, a brand new school, taking this on? What does that look like as we're moving toward hopefully more and more of our schools joining this?
I can talk a little bit about sort of from the support perspective, and then Dr. Malawine or anyone else want to chime in from the Mesa perspective. You know, one thing that we've definitely learned is that teams develop at different paces, of course, and schools implement teams at varying paces. And so you have some schools like Westwood where they went wall to wall, all ninth graders on a team. And you have other schools that are just taking a little bit more baby steps to make sure that they have their first set of teams really solid before they expand. From the partnership with Mary Lou Fulton Teachers College, we're sort of coming in as a collaborative partner to provide support to teams. We do that through a summer institute. So it's a 4-day virtual experience. We ask the entire team to participate as a collective group for those 4 days. And we have differentiated sessions based on where your team is. So if we call you, we have sort of some different terms. We use one as an exploring team. So they're a team that's just starting to think about this. They may not even have the structure in place to actually share students yet. And so we have a separate sort of track of just building that understanding of team culture, how do you be dynamic, how do you have support on your team, all of those pieces. And then you have teams, we call them launching teams. Those are teams that are just starting maybe in the fall semester, and so their content's a little bit different. And then we have expanding and sustaining teams, that would be Westwood, Stevenson, Smith, for example, where they're now really diving into deeper and personalized learning. Right? And so they're really honing in on how do we truly share the instructional components among our team. We have a foundation, a strong team culture, and now how do we go that next step? How do we incorporate community educators to actually deepen learning for students because they come in with that content expertise? And so we do that through the Summer Institute, and then throughout the school year we host what's called a network cohort where we bring teams of teachers together who are in a common grade level and a common path. So we bring all the exploring teams together and they meet together after school virtually once about every 4 to 6 weeks. It's all voluntary. We send out the invite to all teams that we've been working with. And so we have incredible feedback, positive feedback from those teams because they have a chance to learn and share from each other. Like, how many times do you as an educator I would love to go see what's going on in that other school or that other classroom, right? And now we're making it happen through this network, this cohort where they're able to network among themselves. And then, within Mesa Public Schools, I don't know if Justin or Dr. Malawine, you want to talk at all about the support that the district is providing to teams.
Thank you, Madam President, governing board members. So kind of the approach is a little bit of expose the leadership to the design, and then the leadership comes forward and says, I want to be a part of it. When you get a leader that's open and want to be a part of it, then you kind of create a little bit of a natural occurring team and a collaborative. And so what are we doing? What do we do here? We work in conjunction with Mary Lou Fulton, but we open up opportunities for principals to take cohorts and see the work. And when teachers talk to teachers about the work, that's where the motivation and really it spreads. I mean, so Stevenson used to be the school that would go around. They went out to Zaharis and they saw some deeper and personalized learning and some teaming that was occurring there. And then Krista was very intentional to answer Ms. Hutchinson's question. You have to start with the right people on the right team, and then what happens is they kind of become their own marketing firm. Like, they start to tell each other, because nobody values a teacher voice more than another teacher voice. So it can't be Mallerwine's voice. It has to be the teacher voice. So you put teachers in a position where they see the value and feel the value, and then they become a naturally occurring collaborative team. So a lot of what we do is just break down the barriers of how these teams can connect and how teachers can learn from each other, because what they really need to do is get into work and co-create and co-design the lessons together and figure out what does teaming look like at Stevenson. It doesn't have to be the same type of, it doesn't look or feel the same at Harris, but the same things are occurring. So that's kind of like how you can get introduced to the work. And then right now, then we've exposed these leaders with their initial teams with Lisa Wyatt, Natalie Naylor, and now they have some more people that have been hired. Mary Brown, and she's new this year, but we're getting a lot of good feedback from the work she's doing. But then they get some support from ASU, but more importantly, they get permission from their principals to learn on the job and not have fear of, this is new, it doesn't feel great, am I screwing it up? Well, you have to kind of screw it up a little bit before you figure out what works and get better. And I think creating those environments of safety are why these teachers have been able to expand. So really the support is creating an environment where teachers feel comfortable to try new things and do the work and then collaborate with each other. And so, I mean, a lot of that happens kind of organically, and then a lot of it happens is, through Zoom, we schedule meetings and we create collaborative moments.
We've extended an invitation to get in touch with their area assistant superintendent to say, okay, I'm ready to jump in, and that we will then surround them with the support that they need to launch. We've set a very big goal that by 2023, 50% of our schools will be participating in this model in some degree. So the goal has been out there, and we have principals that are stepping up to the plate, and it takes our district leadership team as well as our governing board to support this, and right down to the classroom level. So I couldn't be more proud to hear the energy that we continue to feel from these schools.
Have there been any limitations on that, or everyone who volunteers says, we're ready, you're taking them?
There's no limits. If you say I'm interested, then we are ready to put you into a place of support. Justin will share in a bit the list of schools that are part of the teacher and school leader grant. Those are very specific to 16 Title I schools. But in terms of being part of the model, doesn't mean that you have to be part of the grant. So there's an open invitation to all schools to join.
All right, we're going to dive into the teacher school leader grant. So I'm going to tag team with Justin, and I have a tickle. Not good timing. So as Justin mentioned, it's an $8.2 million project starting in October. We really have, thank you. I have some Justin, you want to go?
Sure. We do have a PI and a co-PI. I thought that meant I was a co-pilot, but that's not what it means. So Brent Madden and Natalie Naylor from ASU and myself was, I guess, instrumental in writing the grant. Okay, that's enough on that one. As far as the overarching TSL grant objectives, I think it's going to be touched upon later on, but going back to that inclusivity, we will have 10 working groups doing all this work, so it's not going to fall on 3 people's lap. We're doing that team-based approach with this grant. One of the objectives is redesigning our human capital management system. We're looking at our hiring system, barriers, streamlining. We're looking at staffing, anything to do with talent management. We're going to be reviewing through this grant. Also, we're going to make sure that we're aligning components to the Portrait of a Graduate and the MPS Promise shared earlier. You talked about supports for these schools, and I think we're going to allude to it later on, but we're part of the working groups in the TSL grant is we're looking at what do we observe, what professional development is needed, how do we evaluate whether the teams are working or not, a question that came up earlier. How do we know it's aligning with our Portrait of a Graduate and our MPS Promise? All of that will be, I'm thinking there's like at least 100 people involved through split working groups doing that work in the next couple of years. A lot of work to do. Am I missing anything?
Nope, a second objective is to really focus on the satisfaction, effectiveness, and diversity of the Mesa workforce.
Yep.
So Justin mentioned the portrait of a graduate. Again, we met with Dr. Forles early on in the grant and said, how can we expedite the work around portrait of a graduate? We feel like the Teacher School Leader Grant is an opportunity to help move that faster. Implementation, how do we know? What are those additional look-fors, et cetera? And then back to the next education workforce and that also connection and support. This is really small, but I think you might have your own screen. So the Teacher School Leader Grant from the federal grant perspective required that we identify schools that have 50% or higher free and reduced lunch. Because this work is around supporting team-based models, it was important that we identified schools that were already on the path to building models. And so this list of schools here are those 16 that, as Dr. Malawine mentioned, there are other schools outside of the 16 that are building models. This is not exclusive team-based model schools. However, they are the schools that I have free and reduced lunch at 50% or higher, and you'll see we have a combination of elementary, junior high, and high schools, as well as the Mesa Virtual School. What it means in the grant perspective is not that all of the work has to happen at these schools. We are doing most of our first iteration of work at these 16 schools with the full intent every year to provide what we're learning to the other schools that either have team-based models or are starting to build them. So we're building and using sort of 4 components to achieve the goals around the new, what we call new at MPS. We have a component around recruitment and hiring, a strategy around educator pathways and new roles, a strategy around improving educator effectiveness, and a strategy around incentivizing effective educators and teams. And I'm mindful of the time, so I'm going to talk a little faster now, and feel free to chime in if you have a question. Within each component, we have identified research-based strategies. So for recruitment and hiring, we're looking at the strategic recruitment plan and HR data systems that right now may be disconnected. And so how can we make sure that those are connected in a strategic way? We're talking about expertise-driven recruitment and hiring practices. We're talking about how do we strategically place those associate teachers or other teacher residents in team-based models so they're also having the exposure to a full team of educators. Component 2 is around the educator pathways. We're actively building a high school Grow Your Own program in partnership with Westwood High School. And again, Justin mentioned, really targeting those alumni of our own Mesa Public Schools. And so we feel like this is a great addition to that work. We're looking at what are ways to support paraeducators, those that want to get a teaching license so that they could stay in Mesa and transition to a certified teacher role. And we're also looking at what are those other educator roles. We believe that teachers tend to leave the profession if they go to the district office or they go outside of the classroom to some other area of education. It's because they just want to do something new. They have this area maybe around data or maybe around reading that they really want to focus in. And what are those roles we can build on a team so that they can stay in the classroom and still have that expertise that they're growing? Component 3 is around educator effectiveness. So what does it look like to support educator teams, both with professional learning, as Justin mentioned? We're looking at personalized professional learning, and this is work Mesa's already done around micro-credentialing, starting to look at what are some specializations. So going back to those different roles, what is the training and professional learning that a teacher would need? And could we do that in a way that is an opportunity for teachers to even earn college or university credit to build that knowledge and experience? And we're looking at team-based induction of new teachers. So again, let's not put a new teacher in a one teacher, one classroom model. Let's be intentional with putting them on a team. And then the fourth component is around incentivization of effective educators and teams. So we're looking at incentives for team leads. So that's one of the roles that naturally occurred in the schools that have already been doing this work. Aligning the Mesa strategic priorities and educator evaluation. So what does evaluation look like for a team? Because if you take the one teacher, one classroom evaluation practices, it doesn't actually work really or support teams of educators. And so how do we address that? And then also looking at team-based incentives. I know this is a whole lot. I'm going to shift into telling you what we've been working on for each of these four components, but I just want to stop for a second and ask if there are any questions around some of these strategies. Okay. Justin, you want to?
Sure, I think we've already shared that with the paid for in full by the TSL grant, we hired a director of recruiting and retention, 2 recruiters, and a data analyst to work with the grant, and also collect data on our recruiting and retention efforts over the next couple of years. Some priorities, we have a laundry list of things to do, but if you want to group them into 3, improving efficiencies in hiring practices, increasing a diverse workforce, and decreasing teacher and other staff vacancies. And I don't know if this is on here, but we also, through the grant, was able to get a professional learning specialist under the professional development department who will also be there to help support the schools and the teaming model.
Yep, the new pathways and roles, we're right now actively looking at the paraeducators, how to support paraeducators, building those 3. We have a goal of building 3 new roles in the HR system, and also implementation in the schools, and then the Grow Your Own program. For component 3, around personalized professional learning, this is a pretty big one. I mentioned building the specializations. We have a target to build 4 specializations on topics to support team members. We're already in the works with KnowledgeWorks, who's also one of your partners, in building a specialization around personalized competency-based learning. And so that's great timing, honestly. And then the second one around micro-credentialing, Mesa Public Schools already has been doing that work. We're just coming in to sort of help expedite that. Looking at team-based induction and offering ongoing professional learning. I'd mentioned the Summer Institute and network cohorts earlier. And then in component 4, around the evaluation and incentive processes, we're excited that we have a partner. The National Institute for Excellence in Teaching is a partner in this project. They are focused on working with the Mesa team around what does a portrait of a graduate instrument look like? How could we assess student skills? As well as a team instrument that's aligned to what we call the next education workforce elements. So what is team culture? What are broader student outcomes? So we have about 30 different indicators of a next education workforce team. How do we actually provide a tool for teams to reflect on how they're doing as a team? And then the big goal of redesigning evaluation and incentives to make sure we're supporting teams. So here's how we're approaching the work. And honestly, this is the part that most excites me. I've transitioned over the last few months. I spent almost 100%, probably 80% of my time supporting secondary schools, building models. I've had the pleasure of working at Smith Junior High, at Westwood, at Riverview. And so I've shifted roles a little bit, and now almost all my time implementing this amazing grant. And so how we're approaching the work is the part that gets me the most excited because it truly is collaborative. We have an aligned vision between our leadership. We're using collaborative working groups. I'm going to talk about those in a second. I'm talking really fast now. We're truly distributing our expertise, and we're leveraging some experts. So we have evaluation, outside evaluators through Johns Hopkins. They're actively working on the evaluation pieces of the project. And then I mentioned a few minutes ago, the National Institute for Excellence in Teaching comes as the experts on evaluation. So this is sort of how we've built out the infrastructure. So we have a leadership team. Justin mentioned at the beginning, the core leaders, Brent, Justin, and myself. We also have Patty Christie, Tracy Islas, and Josh Henderson from Teaching and Learning, who really help provide project oversight and help us navigate implementation. We then have a project advisory board. So these are key stakeholders, Dr. Forless, Dr. Mallerwine, Dean Basile, who help inform the work and inform their constituents, and helps reduce barriers to implementation. Our steering committee is made up of the working group leads. We meet monthly to ensure coordination and communication of all the tasks related to those 12 activities. And then the working groups themselves, that's like the meat of the work, are organized around those 12 strategies. We have 8 working groups, more than 40 people from Mesa, NIET, Hopkins, and Mary Lou Fulton Teachers College are all in working groups. And I think I just decided to create one more new one a few days ago, because it allows us to have a group of key stakeholders who work together to, let's say, look at what does a paraeducator pathway look like. We don't have one person who's just making some decisions, but there's a collective group of stakeholders to say, what are the needs out there? Let's talk to paraeducators in Mesa to find out what they're interested in, what they want, what are the barriers that they see they face around getting a teaching license if they want to, and then coming up with those solutions. And so this distributed leadership is going to be really key to making sure that the change that we're making is truly second order change and it's truly lasting. These are extra small, but just the laundry list of outcomes that are associated with that first objective around redesigning human capital. They're actually bucketed in colors by the other buckets. So recruitment and hiring is one bucket, new pathways and roles is a bucket, and so you'll see they're sort of color coordinated in that way. As we get into the work, we're starting to measure our tasks and activities of each working group actually owns specific outcomes. And so the working groups have a very focused task ahead of them that we then report back to the project advisory board. We meet just about every 6 to 8 weeks. And so the advisory board will know if we're on track or not in each of these areas. Second slide, again, really small. Objective 2, that's around the satisfaction, diversity of the workforce.
Probably a good time for questions.
Yep.
How does this fit with the demands MPS puts on teachers and schools and things? In the past, a problem has been a program like this demands certain evaluation techniques and other things. The district has their way of doing things. How does it not overwhelm people? How is that dealt with? And that might be a Justin question.
I think on the contrary, it'll help. So not everything's solely landing on you. We're able to leverage each other's expertise, which will vary. I think Dr. Dean Basile.
Not about things like evaluation and those kind of demands on people.
No, I don't know yet. That's part of our grant, is to identify how we need to evaluate. I don't anticipate a hardcore evaluation that was a trend or fad in the 2000s for principal and teacher evaluations. I think we're kind of providing hey, this is what we need to look for when we see that team approach. When you're interested in becoming a Mesa Public Schools employee, this is what we expect in the teacher-based approach. I'm not anticipating a arduous process, but I could be mistaken on that part.
I think there are a few pieces. One is the importance of that steering committee. So each working group has a lead, who I meet with every month. And so we are, as we're, let's say this first sort of 3 to 4 months of the project, we're just doing a baseline needs assessment, right? So paraeducators for one, professional learning for one, micro-credentialing. So we are not having the working groups just go out and collect all whatever. So they're actually, and I have a whole list of slides that I shared with the advisory board recently where we built out a system for the working groups to document, here's all the information we really need for a baseline needs assessment. And then my team is sort of coordinating all 8 of those working groups to make sure that we're like, okay, we see, all the working groups want to ask these questions to teachers. Right, and then I work with Mesa, Justin, and say, okay, what's the best way that we can get feedback from teachers on these pieces? And so we're really intentional about being coordinated. One, in establishing that communication, which I think is really important. So we're not just sporadically asking school leaders for specific things. As it relates to the evaluation with Hopkins, we thankfully had a previous partnership with Mesa Public Schools as it relates to the research and evaluation team under Dr. Carlisle, and so that has been really seamless. And I'm sort of managing the relationship with the evaluation team at Hopkins, and we're working our best to make sure that their requests around, what is teacher satisfaction right now, what is the data that we already have? Is there a mechanism, a survey instrument that we can use that doesn't take a lot of time, that's not required, that's anonymous, but that really gives important information to Mesa as a district, because that's really what this is about. But I would say we are definitely being intentional to make sure that any activity we're doing is supporting the teams and supporting the work and not adding additional pieces. I think the state, go ahead.
Also hoping on the district side, you're requiring things. You always make everyone fill out this, so we're going to put that on top of what you're already doing. Both sides, there has to be.
And that's why I really like the description of the work of the project advisory group, and that's Dean Basile, Dr. Mallerwine, and I serve on. And you'll even see here, it's around breaking down the barriers that are going to get into the way. So Dean Basile and I will be meeting with legislators to talk about some of these policy barriers at a state level that are in our way, so that we can break them down not only here in Mesa Public Schools, but across the state of Arizona. For example, teacher evaluation, so that's always top of mind. This is great, but on top of others, sometimes it gets diluted as great.
We'll be mindful of the teacher workload. I can't speak for the working group, but one option could be, if you're on this team-based approach, you're evaluated as a team versus in lieu of the individual teacher evaluation that we're accustomed to.
I'm really curious about incentives. When you talk about incentivizing, what type of incentives are you thinking of, like working conditions, also pay? I just would love to hear a few of those ideas.
It could be any one of those. One of the most beneficial part, or some of the most beneficial parts of this team-based approach, is you're leveraging the master teacher. The state hires a lot of alternative pathways. We have long-term subs. We kind of already shared some of that story. You're leveraging the master teacher. So you could provide a nice stipend to lead that team. In essence, they're the principal of that whatever team in a way. So that's one example. How do we plan? How do we become efficient on reviewing student data and grouping? And do we have incentives on that? Not just financially, but also time. Relieving a novice teacher who doesn't know how to read data, if we can take that from her plate or his plate, and we have the team lead who's maybe pulled outside of the classroom, give him more time to delve deep and then share the rationale. It's just, the one thing I'll also mention is it's not a handbook, steps 1 through 10. Every team is going to be different based on the components with school leadership, availability on the financial side, the staffing, you heard one school already, many other components too.
There's probably a part around paras too, Justin, around like just thinking about new roles, technician roles, amping them up, giving them specialties.
The parapro, leveraging the parapro. What if they're a support instructor or whatnot, a different title because they're taking on more responsibilities? One of the things we're working on with the Department of Ed and legislation is giving us some more flexibility with different certification types and not let that be the sole barrier, which it has been for many reasons, including this team-based approach. So maybe they have an increased hourly rate because of that responsibility. Maybe those individuals are part of the parapro becoming an educator program. Again, I don't want to put options for the working group. There's so many that could be done. That's part of that working group.
We're developing as we go. I think that what we've learned is that we could all talk about this for a really long time. I took a screenshot of one of your slides that I understood only maybe half the words on. Just because it was, it was just edu speak that I maybe don't speak as well. And I thought, I want to know all about this. And another thing I really want to know is, so if I'm a parent of a third grader in this model, I want to know who do I call if I have a worry or concern about my kid. There's a lot of things we want to know. We are going to have to suspend our conversation right now. Who should we, as we have more conversations and talks about this and questions, who do you, Dr. Forlis and Natalie, who do you say we should direct our questions to
Direct your questions my way, and I will make sure that I get those answered by the right experts that are all a part of building this model.
Thank you. We do. We have a spreadsheet where we all get to hear each other's answers too, so that we can all stay abreast of that information. I think that will be helpful to us because it is, I know I will talk about a visit I made one time to Rhodes in the middle of the pandemic, actually, I think. And those teachers would not teach any other way. They're like, we will never go back. This is so much better. Even in the middle of something hard, they were just fans, and they knew that it benefited their students. And that was a huge part of their motivation, is they knew their students were getting a better product through their collaboration and that they were being able to meet those needs. And I think that's what we want to have our teachers be satisfied, but what we really want is for that satisfaction to spill over to our students and their achievement. So we appreciate it. And I have a daughter who wants to be a teacher, and I got to figure out how to get her over to you. So that's another thing on my question list. All right. Thank you all very much. We appreciate you coming. Those of you who have not seen some of us at your schools to see how this looks, we will be there. Just wait. Just be ready for us. So thank you so much. Do I have an motion that we can adjourn this meeting?
Move we adjourn the study session.
Thank you so much. Dr. O'Reilly is second.
I second it.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Ellingson. And, I'm even closed. So everybody log in quick. Get there soon enough. Who are you missing, Mrs. Head? Dr. O'Reilly?
Hasn't come up yet, but
Give us your voice, Flip.
yes.
All right. Dr. O'Reilly is a yay. And this motion has never not passed. But we are passing 5-0 to adjourn this meeting, and we invite our Dobson Orchestra to come in and get set up, and we will see everyone back here for our regular board meeting in about 16 minutes. If you're waiting for our board and have something else to play, keep playing.
How much time? We're over here.
Oh, well, get up here. Come on. I know. I just thought I can't start the meeting without them, but they won't come because you guys are so good. They can't. They all just want to be in the audience. It's unbelievably great. If you are just joining us, you are listening to the Dobson Chamber Orchestra under the direction of Rob Lubbers. Did I say that right? No? Say it for me.
You're not the first.
Well, it's phonetically correct. Tell me how you say it. Lubers. All right. That I can go with that. I can work with Lubers. All right. And we will. What we will do then is what we're going to start our meeting by inviting you all to stand in accordance with public policy. BDDH. We'd like you to stand for a moment of silence. Thank you. I will call this meeting to order, and our Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Mrs. Arlinda Mann, our West Area Superintendent.
Please join me in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic. And stay standing because now we will be treated to the national anthem by our orchestra. Be seated. That was beautiful. This has to be your favorite class of the day. To get to come together and make this kind of wonderful music is a gift. I understand there's another number we would like to invite you to perform for us at this time so that everyone has a chance to hear. Would you like to, is someone going to introduce it for us?
One short song for our amazing superintendent.
I am sure you are not the first chamber orchestra to play Madonna, but maybe the first one in our meeting. Is there a student who would like to take a minute to just talk to us about what participating in the arts has meant for them in their education? I know this is kind of a surprise. Is there somebody who, all right, you win. If you're willing, come on. I think we can turn on the microphone for you. Yeah. Well, and you can, go to the podium and take your mask down, because we want all of the thousands of viewers at home to hear you speak. There's not even hundreds. You're fine.
Okay. And this testing. It's on. Okay. For me, I think that being a part of such a welcoming community and such an awesome group of horrible people. I'm just kidding. I love these people to death, and I think that just having performing arts in this time of COVID and isolation and getting back to be in person has helped develop me as a person and my leadership skills, but also having that family and having people to laugh and do things with. And this is, like you said, this is the highlight of my day. So yeah, I really enjoy making music with these people a lot.
Thank you so much. When's your next performance at Dobson? Do you have a concert coming up?
A week from tonight, March 1st.
Well, there you go. March 1st at Dobson High School, 7:30 or 7?
7 o'clock.
7 o'clock. All right.
I want to know who you are and where.
Oh, yes. Tell us your name, what year you are in school.
Anonymous. I'm just kidding. My name is Eldon Hendrick. I'm a junior at Dobson, and I play the violin.
In my goals, I have that I'm going to learn how to play the cello. I think it's going to keep my old brain active. So someday I'm going to join your orchestra. We appreciate you so much. I don't know that they sound this good. Don't tell anybody. I'm a graduate of Westwood High School, but I love all of our high schools, just so you know. I wore blue just for you guys today. And Mountain View and Westwood. But thank you so much. We appreciate you coming. Having live music in our meetings is really a highlight for us, so we really appreciate you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. While they are getting moved out, we will play a video for you on the procedures of our governing board meeting.
Welcome to the Mesa Public Schools Governing Board meeting. We appreciate your interest in the district. The 5 elected governing board members serve without compensation and volunteer countless hours. The president and the clerk of the board are elected in January. Under state law, the governing board may only discuss and vote on matters that are on the agenda for tonight's meeting. Agendas are posted a minimum of 24 hours in advance on the Mesa Public Schools website and in the Curriculum Services Center. Copies of tonight's agenda are located in the lobby. The public may speak on any item of business on the agenda that requires the board to take action. If you wish to comment on an action item, please complete a request to address the board form before the item is discussed. The form is located in the lobby. Members of the public will be given a maximum of 3 minutes to speak. Once recognized by the governing board president, please state your name. We ask that all speakers show respect and courtesy to others. During the second regular meeting of each month, the agenda will include a call to the public, which is an opportunity to speak to the governing board about a school district matter that is not on the agenda. Please submit a request to address the board form to participate in the call to the public. If you would like the board to consider adding an item to a future agenda, you may submit your request in writing to the board at least 5 working days before that meeting. The superintendent or governing board president will consider your request. Thank you for your attendance and involvement in tonight's meeting.
Thank you very much. We are glad you're here, and we are doing all of those things that are coming up. So the first thing on our agenda this evening, after what we've already seen, is a review of our agenda, which would be any items that the public or a board member wants to pull from our consent agenda. Do we see? Okay, and I don't have a request to speak on anything on the consent, so those items will stay, Mrs. Head, as they are. And next is a review of our governing board calendar. Dr. Forlis.
Madam President, members of the board, I want to call your attention to just a few items. We have some celebrations of schools that are celebrating some special anniversaries. February 25th, starting at 4:30, Longfellow Elementary is celebrating their 60th anniversary with a carnival. You are all more than welcome to join. And then on March 3rd, Lowell Elementary will be celebrating their 65th anniversary. That celebration is scheduled from 2:30 to 4:30 in the afternoon. Mrs. Head has already noticed both of those events, so come if you can, when you can. No need to make any special arrangements. Spring break, I know that many of our students and families and staff are looking forward to spring break. That will be March 7th to the 11th. Just to let the public know that the 7th to the 9th, schools are closed and we have limited district services. And then the 10th and 11th, all of our buildings are closed so that our employees can get some rest and come back ready to go for the final quarter. March 15th, and we are off on our cadence of our governing board meetings due to spring break. So March 15th will be our governing board meeting at 6:30, and then March 29th, a study session at 5 o'clock. Actually, that's an executive session of my third quarter check-in, and then 6:30 is our governing board meeting. So that gets us through the month of March.
Right, I think we can make it. With that spring break thrown in, I think we can do it. I neglected to say that today is 2/22/22. Have you guys been happy every time you've written the date today? And on a Tuesday, that's right, on a Tuesday. But I asked the board if they wanted to wear tutus to the meeting tonight, and they didn't. They declined. So. You didn't ask me. Me. All right, this is a momentous night then for us. We are really excited about the next item on our agenda, which is some recognitions and celebrations of a great event that was held in the city of Mesa in the last month or so. And Dr. Forlis, would you like to introduce it for us?
I would love to. You are going to be hearing from the teams that had experienced some great success at Mesa's Hacktivate event. This brings together teens working side by side with community partners in our city of Mesa, examining data and finding real-world solutions. So I'm going to turn it over to our Director of Career Technical Education, Marlo Loria, who will give you all the details about Hacktivate and then introduce us to our amazing teams of students.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much. Good evening, Governing Board and Madam President. It is my honor to be here tonight to actually talk very little and actually turn the mic over to some 3 amazing high school teams that are in the audience right now. But before I do that, I first just want to introduce a little bit about Hacktivate, what it is. It is this amazing collaboration with the City of Mesa, and like Dr. Forlis said, to be able to bring in community partners to have our kids come up with some solutions to some really hard problems. But to give a little bit more context of that, I'd like to introduce really the brains behind Hacktivate. It is one of our partners, Mr. Evan Allred, who is the Chief Data Officer for the City of Mesa.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the Governing Board. It's a pleasure to be here with you this evening to share a little bit about Hacktivate Mesa and what that event and activity aims to do, our purposes and desired outcomes. So this year, a few weeks ago in mid-January was our 3rd ever Hacktivate Mesa event. Back in 2018, the Mayor John Giles approached me and said, I want to do something big with the high school students. And we talked a little bit about it, and January 2019 was the first Hacktivate Mesa. We did it again in 2020. Then all of our lives changed, and we took a couple of years off. But we were very pleased to do it again this year and had some great participation. I just want to share with you there were 81 students who participated. They were comprised into 15 teams and represented 17 different high schools. Not 17, 7 different high schools here in the city of Mesa. Now, as far as the purposes and outcomes, what
What we intended to do is to bring the students together, introduce them to data about issues in our community. And this year we focused on 3 issues, and so each of the teams were assigned one of the topics, these issues. They were homelessness, mental health, and climate change. And so those are pretty heavy topics, right? You're thinking, wow, good for them. And so for 2 days, they looked at the data. They considered what they saw happening in our community, and then at the end of the 2 days, they shared a presentation about recommendations and what they learned. What we get out of it at the City of Mesa is probably, I'll say 3 things. First, we're introducing the next generation of big brain people, not me, thanks Marlo, to the idea of there is data that exists to help frame conversations about very difficult issues, and how to look at that data and then even talk about why and what data is missing. Second, to have them talk about the hard issues in our community. So the mayor chose each of these 3 issues. They are issues that keep him up at night. They are difficult issues to find approaches and strategies to tackle. And then third, we wanted to hear what their ideas were and what we can learn from them, and then build partnerships, as Marlo's talked about, and extend this learning opportunity through the rest of the school year and in other opportunities. So I've had several conversations with your teachers in the last few weeks about how to extend this Hacktivate Mesa event throughout the year, and I'm excited about the opportunities that come up for that. So before we hear from the students, I want to invite the 3 teachers up. Each of these teachers was the advisor to the winning teams, and so let me have Brian Buck from Westwood come up, Adam Middleton from Red Mountain, and Rachel Thune-Reel from Mountain View. Hopefully they're all here. And with that, let's have the kids come up.
So the students had 5 minutes to give their presentation. Now, again, these are really big problems. So to go through all that data in 2 days of really digging deep and interviewing folks to come up with a 5-minute presentation was a challenge in itself. So the students have 5 minutes to come up and go ahead and give their presentation to you governing board. So we'd like to start with the Westwood team first. Come on up, kids. I know they're here. Come on. Thank you, Jeff. Okay, there you go. Here you can just click. All right. Yeah, sure. Do we need to go back?
This is Westwood High School's Hacktivate solution, and my name is Catherine Zawada.
Sorry, I'm gonna put this down so they can hear.
Sorry.
Oh, you're
Natasha Kurlik.
I'm Chase H. Ball.
And our topic was climate change, and our solution is heat mitigation through native vegetation. Is it the other way? So one of the major problems that comes with climate change is urban heat islands. So as you can see from the graph, during the summer times, the average heat temperatures tend to go up exponentially, especially during the night times. And essentially the source of this problem is that our urban structures that are made of concrete tend to trap the heat. So more urban areas tend to retain more heat throughout the day and throughout the nighttime, raising temperatures drastically. And this is primarily because of all those structures.
So why is this a problem? It's the numbers have been increasing steadily, and that is something that we need to take action for immediately. Recently, there's been 522 deaths due to heat-related causes in 2020 alone, and 86 degrees Fahrenheit was the average degrees in Mesa for annually this past year. and the average degrees Fahrenheit in Mesa at night were 75 to 85 degrees, and this number is something that is worrying, just because usually, like in the past, the degrees Fahrenheit used to be a lot lower than it was during the daytime, but now that isn't so much the case anymore. And so our solution was, the ultimate solution here is to plant more trees, and the side effects are only benefits, and these include heat mitigation, carbon absorption, and tree equity. And based on the data provided by the American Forest Company, it is necessary to prioritize areas with lower tree equity scores. In other words, plant trees in areas with the least amount of tree coverage. And from the Arizona Heat Action Plan, the incorporation of native trees in communities will help regulate CO2 levels and increasing temperatures. And so what trees should we plant? Native trees, such as the mesquite tree, are native to Arizona, require little water, and their shade coverage has a span of up to 10 feet. And these native trees consume to create more foliage than non-native plants, and they are a lot more cost efficient because they require little money spent on irrigation and are the optimal plant that we think would work for Mesa.
So it sounds a bit basic that just planting trees and creating more shade would help climate change. So it kind of begs the question, do trees actually work for heat mitigation? And a lot of studies have showed that this is really true, and that areas with more foliage tend to have temperatures that are even up to like 3 degrees Celsius lower than other average temperatures. A lot of places have found that because of their planting trees, for example, a study found that 5 cities that planted trees saw that the benefits that they got out of cooling down the environment nearby actually saved them a lot of money in like electricity and other things that use a lot of energy. And so that, especially since when it's hotter, you need to use more cooling, which requires more energy. So they saved up to, some cities saved up to $1 million by just planting trees. So some areas, this is a map of the Maricopa general area, metro area, and you can see that there are a lot of areas where places with increased foliage and increased trees have lower average surface temperatures. And so as you can see, areas like the airport tend to have much higher surface temperatures, but areas with more vegetation are much lower. This is just a model of a neighborhood that if they had planted more trees, that their temperatures would go down to up to by 2 degrees Celsius. Either temperatures would stay the same or lower, so there is a lot of benefits to doing this.
All right, we're gonna have to do this last part fast. So what this is a tree equity score map. So this takes neighborhoods and it gives them a tree equity score based on the number of trees, the amount of coverage, and then also whether these areas include historically disadvantaged peoples, the peoples that have historically been oppressed. So this is that, but on a different map. Purple is good. We want more purple. White, we need more trees there. So we can see large stretches of trees, like large stretches of areas where there just aren't a lot of trees. They have terrible tree equity scores. So that is a map that contains a green dot for every tree in the city of Mesa. That is all publicly owned trees, essentially. All trees by the Department of Transportation and the Department of Parks and Recreation. So from there, we still see those areas, and we see that there are little trees owned by the city there. So where do we start? We start in mobile homes. Because essentially what they are is they're massive parks of concrete with tin shacks on top of them. So essentially if we can get in there and plant more trees through agreements, through city programs to help those areas, then we can reduce a lot of heat-related deaths. Because a lot of the heat-related deaths that are happening in the city of Mesa and in the Phoenix metropolitan area as a whole are happening in mobile homes because of the conditions that they face. Thank you.
I hate being the timekeeper because they're so good and so passionate. And as we hear these students, we can also think about how, as a school district, having such a large footprint in the city of Mesa, how can we come together with the city to maybe look at the trees we're planting, right? That we could help contribute to some of these problems. Okay, the next team I have, sorry, I got to pull it up, is Red Mountain. Come on down.
This is your guys' slide.
Yes. Okay. All right, good evening, Mesa. We are Vermont Computer Engineering. We're here to present to you on the topic of climate change. I'm Sawyer. We got Dylan, Taya, Larissa, Jack, and Eli with us here. All right, so introducing, we got our Mesa's waste prevention model here. So Mesa strives for a waste prevention model that looks like the pyramid on the right. However, currently the city has a model that looks like on the left. And what we're going to be proposing is a solution that will ultimately help Mesa achieve their goal of making their waste management pyramid look like the one on the right, and also achieve their 90% waste prevention goal. So currently in the United States, 40% of fresh food ends up in landfills, and this 40% makes up 21.6% of total trash in the United States. And we're going to use this statistic in conjunction with some other information I will present to you soon to determine that we should be focusing on reducing the amount of food waste that goes into our landfills.
All right, yeah, and all this food waste, it accumulates into the landfills and releases methane and CO2 gas, which you can imagine isn't good for the environment. So all of this gas, reducing food waste would reduce our carbon footprint because there wouldn't be that much gas in the air because it's not being released by the food. And mainly all this food waste is coming from public sources like big schools, grocery stores, businesses, and retail restaurants.
Okay. As seen on the table above, restaurants and food services are the main source of all the food waste. Like, it's almost twice as much as hospitality industry like hotels and spas, the food wholesale and retail like grocery stores, and educational institutions like Red Mountain. Not only is food waste bad for the environment, it's also expensive. So in 2019, restaurants threw away around 6,000 tons of food. And when you multiply this by the cost to dump per ton, they spent over $175,000 in 1 year just to dispose of food.
And when we realized that the data sets provided to us didn't have a large enough focus on food waste, we asked some of the experts at the competition for some more information. And from them, we received one data set in particular that geographically correlated the different sectors of Mesa's food management to the amount of waste that they produced. And with that, we plotted this map right here, where the colored points represent the different sectors, and the red points, as you can see, are significantly larger than the rest of them, and the red points represent restaurants and food services. We also came up with a heat map that shows the density of what locations create the most food waste, and as you can see, downtown Mesa is a very big hotspot for that. And so with that knowledge, we came up with the claim that to reduce food waste, the city of Mesa should first target restaurants in downtown Mesa because those have the biggest impact.
So we found that Mesa is currently collecting inedible food waste from organizations and taking it to wastewater plants where it gets converted into a safer gas, which is compressed natural gas, and it can be used to fuel, for example, garbage trucks. So taking that, our goal is to specifically collect wasted food from downtown Mesa.
Our proposed solution is an app created and operated by the City of Mesa and modeled after the app Too Good To Go, a nonprofit app that doesn't operate in Arizona, allows stores and restaurants that have a lot of extra food that they would normally throw away, sell it to people who are willing to buy it. The solution we propose is to create an app similar to Too Good To Go that essentially allows companies in downtown Mesa, where our data tells us that it's the most food waste is available to sell the food that is about to go bad, would sell the food at a reduced price. It would also show users what the closest place is and where to buy that consumable food. And to incentivize companies to use the app, they have to start putting non-consumable food aside to composting places and domes that the City of Mesa created for power, and we could also really help homelessness by giving the fresh food to homeless shelters. Thank you.
Great job, guys. All right, last team, Mountain View, come on up.
All right, good evening, Mesa Public Schools Governing Board. We are the MVT MVPs from Mountain View. We were given the topic of mental health, and we propose for Mesa Public Schools to implement an adapted crisis intervention team training for faculty and staff. So to start off with, Mesa residents are experiencing mental health crises. This is demonstrated in the 911 calls that we've received as part of our data. So 52% of all 911 calls in Mesa are coded as behavioral health, broken into the 4 indicated categories. This number does not fully encompass all calls that have mental health underlyings, because according to one of our sources, Officer Nick Curitan at Activate Mesa, officers can only associate one code with each call. So you can have someone committing a crime due to their mental illness, but that's not reflected in the data.
This increase in mental health problems has translated into our classrooms. This table shows the number of students that visited their school's counseling office for mental health related reasons, including behavior, self-harm, substance abuse, and suicide intervention. The total number of students comes out to be an alarming 3,461 students.
And in a Mesa Public Schools My Saber survey, students reported how often they felt sad. And Franklin Junior High School had 72.7% of all their students report feeling sad often or almost always. That is an alarming number. The remaining 9 out of the top 10 schools reported 20% of students feeling sad often or almost always. This is 1 in every 5 students at these schools reporting these feelings.
Mesa Public Schools currently does not have a crisis intervention training program for teachers to help students with mental illnesses. However, data indicates that a majority of teachers want more mental health training. As we observe this pie chart, up to 71% of teachers in Arizona want more mental health training and awareness. Well, the good news is the Mesa Police Department already has their own versions of crisis intervention training. One of our main resources, Police Officer Nick Curitan from the Mesa Police Department, explained this crisis intervention team where they train young police officers to better help those with mental illnesses through tactics such as de-escalation and verbal negotiation. Another goal of CIT is to direct mental illness phone calls to medical treatment rather than hasty arrest. And the data shows that Maricopa County has done just that. How do we know? Well, in 2000, before CIT programs were implemented across Maricopa County, 14,000 calls were diverted to medical treatment. However, in 2021, with CIT programs implemented across Maricopa County, up to 22,000 phone calls were diverted to medical treatment rather than arrest. This is an increase of 61% and 8,000 phone calls, emphasizing the true effectiveness of CIT.
CIT is a program built to aid officers in identifying mental health situations and handling them in a safe way. It teaches how to identify symptoms of mental health, not to diagnose, how to calm someone down, and how to handle these situations. Not only will it protect the student going through a crisis, but it will protect their peers and the teachers themselves. CIT originally is built for officers in the police force to handle high-stress mental health situations, and as we all know, teachers have absolutely no time for yet another meeting or training, so how can we possibly bring this to Mesa Public Schools? Well, believe it or not, CIT has already been adapted to fit a smaller time frame, and what's keeping us from breaking up the curriculum into several classes? We believe that with a pre-school year program and refresher sessions throughout the year, we can train teachers to be more equipped in high-stress mental health situations with their students. Plus, once you teach the first wave of staff, all the rest of them that you have to teach are the new hires.
Now you may be wondering, Ben, my name is Ben by the way, how much does an amazing program like this cost? Well, to that I have a 4-letter word for you. Free. That's right. The first benefit of CIT is the quick and cost-effective implementation. The second benefit is the streamlined communication and service access. What this means is that instead of having to go through multiple departments, teachers can immediately refer their students to the appropriate mental health resources because of their training. The credibility of the trained teachers will be recognized by their students, allowing them to trust them. And when students have a trusted adult on campus, it has a positive impact on their grades, attendance, etc. Lastly, CIT will improve the relationship between our Mesa Police Department and the community. So with all these benefits, where do we start implementing this program? Well, we suggest starting with the schools that have the highest number of self-reported SAD students. Referring back to this table displayed earlier, we can see that grades K through 8 have the highest amounts of mental health related visits to their school's counseling offices. This data correlates with the top 4 schools, Franklin and Taylor Junior High and Lee High and Porter Elementary, with the highest number of self-reported SAD students, which is why we believe we should target these schools first. Thank you.
So I hope you can see what a great job these students have done, that both with the data that they looked at and presented and just their presentation skills and recommendations. Now I just want to share with you quickly, what are we doing with the recommendations you just heard tonight? So I'll start with the trees. My office in partnership with the Transportation and Parks and Recreation Department are undertaking a study right now to see where we can find funding to plant some trees along the Main Street corridor that they identified in the map. The second thing that we are looking at is the food waste. So first of all, I want to give kudos again to that team who came up with that heat map showing where in the city of Mesa food waste has a greater intensity level. That was a cool visualization. I think we can all agree. It is data that the city didn't have easy access to before Activate Mesa. It was a great way to visualize that data. So now we can go back and as a city and see how can we incentivize, what can we do to incentivize businesses in those red zones, if you will, and see what we can do in that area. Finally, the mental health recommendations and partnerships. So it so happens that my office is currently working very closely with our public safety first responders and police and fire to redo some of how crisis intervention teams and 911 calls and training for public safety first responders occurs. So we are currently undertaking further exploration about how we might partner with you, Mesa Public Schools, to extend in some way some of that training as you see fit to teachers and other administrators in the school district. I hope that you'll see that tonight the Activate Mesa event and the work that was done over those 2 days benefits both the students and the city, and we're grateful for your support and collaboration in this event. Thank you.
Thank you. And as you can see, what great minds our students have. And here, as adults, we struggle with these really big problems, but you give it to kids where there is no limitations, that they can come up with some real viable solutions to some of our society's biggest problems. Not only, I just want to recognize there were the other teams that were there that also came up with some amazing ideas, but just didn't win the contest. But also are being paired with other partners within the city to see if their solutions are viable and that they can pursue beyond just the 3 teams that are here. So I just want to say thank you for your time and for allowing us to have our students present to you. And hopefully next year we'll have more winners that they can present more solutions. Thank you.
I think we are all inspired, and I think that Mesa Public Schools can help in all 3 of those ways. And so I think our challenge from the board is to figure out how we're going to add to the city and help with those kinds of things in your free time. If you could work on that for us, we'd appreciate it. But it was really inspiring, and we loved celebrating those students. Thank you for coming. And if you were here for that, we don't feel bad if you leave. We know, I mean, you're welcome to stay, but it doesn't hurt our feelings if you say that you're on to the rest of your evening. And while you are leaving, we will have a video going on our call to the public procedures. Let me check real quick and tell you that it appears that we have 6 people signed up to speak during our call to the public, so you will all get the allowed 3 minutes that this video explains. Go ahead and show us the video.
The Governing Board welcomes comments from the public on non-agenda items. During the call to the public, please remember, as a general rule, public comments will be limited to 3 minutes. And the duration of an open call to the public will be 15 minutes. The President may set specific time limits for speakers and the duration of the call to the public to maximize the opportunity for individuals to offer their viewpoints. Comments must pertain to a matter that is within the jurisdiction of the Governing Board. This is not an appropriate forum to complain about an employee, student, or others. Please use the procedures established in Policy KLD for this purpose. State law prohibits board members from commenting on or discussing the matters presented. At the end of the call to the public, the board may ask the superintendent to review the issue or place it on a future agenda. A board member may also briefly respond to criticism of a board member or the governing board. Thank you for allowing this meeting to be conducted in a peaceful and productive manner.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, it looks like tonight, those who have signed up to speak in our call to the public, the first is Jason Ernst. After him will be Susan Ernst, just so you can be ready to go.
Hello, my name is Jason Ernst, and I come before you to complain about how the firing of Gary Ernst was handled. This subject is near to my heart not only because Gary is my father, but because I'm a member of the community where this decision directly impacts my own son's basketball future. The way the new administration handled the firing was poor, to say the least. This should have never been decided by a new administration with zero high school athletics experience, especially when you are dealing with a legendary coach who has given 38 years to Mountain View and the community. As a coach, he became the all-time wins leader, and he has won 8 state championships. He's won numerous awards for coaching throughout his career, including being asked to coach the McDonald's All-American game in 2003. A few weeks ago, I started a petition that gained over 5,000 signatures in just a few weeks from our community, showing support for my dad and the displeasure they have with the decision. The news eventually came to me because of who my dad is and because the petition went viral. The community has a right to know what's happening when it affects so many. Coach Ernst was never given any warning at the beginning of the year that this would be his last season. Mountain View's principal says otherwise, and that my dad knew about this and that he was okay with it. It is sad to see a man try to tarnish my dad's good reputation by making up a lie. The timing of this decision was horrible, also as he was trying to prepare his team for the playoffs, which is not only unfair to him, but to his players and families as well. They have disrespected and dishonored a man who has always tried to do good. Throughout the turmoil over the past few weeks, it is becoming more apparent that no successful, established, or up-and-coming basketball coach in Arizona wants to apply for the head coaching job because they do not trust the Mountain View administration. What happened has hurt the community, but most importantly, it has hurt the children and basketball players involved. Going forward, I ask the new administration to get training on how to handle these hard situations when it comes to dealing with someone of my dad's stature and reputation, so our community is never put through this again. I suggest an apology to Coach Ernst, and then they can listen to the parents of the kids who are in the basketball program to find out how they want to improve a great program and not just listen, but actually work together with them and who they should hire. This would be a good start to rescue the image of the school among its teachers at Mountain View, other schools, other coaches, and AIA members. We can all agree they have done a good job for the football program, but this decision was completely botched. This decision was procrastinated, and because of the inexperience of the administration, good people will go elsewhere when we want them coming to Mountain View. The new principal and AD need to figure out how to treat its staff with respect, and if they can't own up to their poor decisions, then they have no business being examples to our youth. Mountain View basketball would not be what it is without Coach Ernst today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ernst. And now Susan Ernst.
I'm Susan Ernst. I'm the wife of Gary. I've given 30 years to Mesa Public Schools as a math teacher and 12 more as a part-time math tutor after I retired. Gary, as you know, has given 38 years as a teacher and a coach. And I can tell you honestly, this is the first time that we are embarrassed to say we have been part of Mesa Public Schools. I also want to correct a lie that's being told by the Mountain View administration, and that is that Gary knew about this for a long time. He did not. He did not know until February 1st, when the athletic director, Joe Goodman, told him that Mike Oliver was making a change. Gary had no intention of retiring this year. He was looking forward to being there next year. We have got 3 grandchildren that will be there, and he wanted to coach the boys that he loves. That is his passion. I just don't think you realize how horribly this was handled, how disrespectfully it's been handled in a disgraceful manner. And I just don't think you realize how much it has hurt our family. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ernst. Next, we have Justin Hastings, and following him will be Talia Helm.
Madam President, members of the board, excuse me, my name is Justin Hastings, and I've been playing and coaching high school basketball in the Southeast Valley for the last 30 plus years. In that time, I have come to know Gary Ernst quite well. He was a basketball coach at Chandler High in the 1970s when my uncle participated in the basketball program there. I competed against his Mountain View teams when I was a player at Chandler High in the early 1990s, and I've been coaching against his team since I began coaching high school basketball in 1994. I have worked in the summer for Coach Ernst at the Arizona Sports Camp in Prescott. Furthermore, I sent my entire club basketball team, which included my oldest son, to the Arizona Sports Camp to be coached by Coach Ernst and his staff. Coach Ernst has been a role model for me in terms of what it truly means to be a high school coach, educator, and developer of young men. Educators like Coach Ernst motivated me to enter the classroom in 1998. The program that he has built from scratch at Mountain View speaks for itself. Multiple state championships, players moving on to the next level, and most importantly, countless productive members of the community have gone through his program. Coach Ernst has the deepest respect of the Arizona coaching fraternity. When it comes to coaching, I hold him in the highest regard. And having said that, I think he is a better person than he is a coach. I'm here tonight to simply say this. The manner in which Coach Ernst has been treated over the last month is disheartening and inexcusable. An educator that has done what he has done for his pupils, players, and school should be highly regarded, treated with respect, and allowed to step away from his position with dignity and grace. He has earned that. I ask that the school board hold accountable those responsible for the manner in which Coach Ernst has been treated. The Mesa School District is a great Arizona school district, and it is a shame that the actions of a few have created a black eye on the reputation of the whole. My hope is that the poor leadership shown in this instance will not be tolerated and, at minimum, remedied. Coach Ernst deserved excellent leadership, as do all educators that serve this fine community. Thank you for your time this evening, and I'd like to finish my statement by publicly thanking Coach Ernst for being a great role model for young educators for what it means to create a championship program. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Talia home here? Thank you.
Good evening. I'm here speaking on behalf of my sister who is unable to attend due to her attending college in Utah. So she wrote a letter that I will be reading. Go forth with pride, are words that every Mountain View Toro will know. It's our school's motto. For 58 years, this is what Mountain View has preached to its students. I am one of those students. At the base of my career, you would find a red and blue building block in my foundation labeled Toro. That is how much I attribute my growth and development as a person to the school that I attended and the community I was raised in. By saying what I am about to say, I don't wish to slander my alma mater, because that is not what my alma mater taught me to do. However, they did teach me to stand up for the right. There has been a whole slew of emotions regarding Coach Ernst being fired, but there is one that has burned me, and that is betrayal. As an athlete, I was coached by some legendary, excellent coaches and some that were subpar, underachieving, frankly bad coaches, all of whom I believe I am much better for. Yet, as a Toro, I feel betrayed that a place that I love so much could treat a person that is everything excellent and legendary about Mountain View High School so poorly with no class or respect. I'm just a girl who once played sports at Mountain View High School, one like many others, but if I can see that Coach Ernst is not what is wrong with Mountain View, it hurts that a league of administrators thought that he was who should go first. Maybe our boys' basketball record will improve because that is the natural ebb and flow of a program, but it wouldn't ever be because the coach you hire is better than the one you fired. In turn for a better record, administration was willing to sell their moral compasses, all in the name of what? You tell me. To go forth with pride, you have to have pride. You have to act with pride. You have to be proud. Myself and much of the community are working to build back our Toro pride, but the Toro has been taken away from the pride by people who haven't yet deserved to claim Toro Nation as theirs, and I hope administration sees that. Nevertheless, I love Toro Nation and will always be a Toro because I was once one. Talani Tase, Mountain View High School alumni, 2018. I know one of the strategic goals of Mesa Public Schools is to engage the community through trust, communication, and transparency. My hope is that in some way, shape, or form, the administration is urged to make right the handling of the event that grabbed such shock, negative attention, and disapproval of the majority statewide. The lack of honor for a career that frankly is incomparable offered to Coach Gary Ernst, and silence from the administration after what took place has been deafening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have a Lori Tasse. Is that also you, or is that? Oh, good. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Good evening. My name is Laurie Tasse. I am a longtime member of the Mesa Public Schools. I attended Lowell Elementary, Mesa Junior High, Mesa High. I then went on to college, came back, resided here in Mesa, have raised my family. I have 10 children. They've all attended Hale Elementary, Poston Junior High, and Mountain View. You just heard from my second daughter, and the words were spoken for our sixth child and daughter, Taleni. Our family has had two sons that have played for Coach Ernst, and I can tell you that I am very blessed by being raised here in Mesa and attending the schools. My life has been better for it. My children, I am indebted and I am very grateful. With that being said, and that introduction, I do too. I usually am someone that's in the background. I am very respectful of the administration and teachers that have taught my children, and I've taught my children to teach, taught them that as well. But in this instance, I feel very strongly that I need to speak my mind and to share my thoughts. And so I would like just to take an excerpt out of a post that I made. I was extremely shocked at the decision to let Coach Ernst go, and I would just like to share that with you and then close. To preface, and this was written on February 4th. To preface my post and message, I am not writing to undermine or cause turmoil in this current situation. I merely wish to express my thoughts and feelings regarding the release of Coach Ernst as the Mountain View head basketball coach last week. It is a decision that has had a direct effect on our entire family, and not in a positive way. This week is one of the final weeks of our son's senior season at Mountain View as a Toro basketball player. It is usually filled with excitement and anticipation of the upcoming competitions and culmination of a long, hard, wonderful school career. This year, that has been replaced, unfortunately, with sadness, conflict, confusion, and heartache. And the question is why? If this was to be the ending of our beloved coach's career, who has served our youth faithfully and diligently for 40 plus years, how could we as a team, school, and community not have been given the opportunity to fill every moment with every possible celebration accolade for that that he so very well deserves? Instead, the day after, which would be his final home game of 38 years, he was let go. No fanfare, no celebrations, and more important, I would like to just thank you for the opportunity to express my displeasure of the decision that was made, and appreciate you listening today.
Thank you, Mrs. Tasse. We appreciate you coming to our meetings tonight, all of you, and your words. Dr. Forless, do you have a comment for us?
Madam President, members of the board, I had an opportunity to meet Coach Ernst on February 8th and learned of his character and passion for Mountain View High School, the community, as well as all of the athletes that he has coached over the years and his successes. In our conversation, I heard from him and explained that the way that our process works does not heal a heart, but I wanted to be able to share that our coaches are secured at the school site, they are paid a stipend that is renewed every single year. So I wanted to make sure that he understood he's not fired. It's just that stipend was not renewed for the next year. I want to make sure also that our members of our audience tonight understand that our governing board does not have a hand in that coaching responsibility either. But I do hear very loud and clear that we have some work to do about repairing the relationship.
Thank you, Dr. Forlis. That is the last comment on our call to the public this evening, and we appreciate you coming and sharing your thoughts with us. Next, we move on to our consent agenda. All items listed will be considered as a group and will be approved with one motion, and there will not be a separate discussion of these items. Earlier, we asked if there was any speakers to one of these items or any board member who wished to pull an item, and there was not, so these will stay together as a consent. Do I have a motion to approve our consent agenda?
So moved.
Thank you, Mrs. Hutchinson, and a second.
Second.
Thank you, Dr. O'Reilly. Mrs. Head will call for our votes. That vote passed unanimously. Dr. Forlis, you wanted to have an opportunity to speak about one of the items on the consent so that the public understood a little bit better what was voted on.
Thank you very much, Madam President. With your approval of tonight's consent agenda items, you approved Cigna to continue as our current medical insurance provider. But what I also want to make sure that our employees and our public know is that tonight's vote is not a recommendation of what our plan design and or cost projections will be for next year. Mr. Wing and his team will be ready to bring those recommendations to the governing board next month.
Thank you, Dr. Forlis. I also wanted to just take 1 minute to say we are thankful as a board that we were able to vote on and approve that consent agenda. And a lot of that was due to the successful passage of the elimination of the aggregate expenditure limit by the legislature in Arizona this week. And we are thankful that our school district did not have to cut $73 million from its budget in the last 2 months of school, as well as the state of Arizona cutting $1.1 billion from the budgets of public education in Arizona. So we wanted to give our thanks as a board and as a district to that bipartisan effort in the legislature this last week. So thank you to all of our legislators who voted to support public education. Next, we are moving on to our item 7, which is a second reading on policy EH, which is about data governance and security. Mrs. King.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Tonight is the second reading of policy EH on data governance and data security. As you'll remember from our last board meeting, you had a presentation. David Sanders, Helen Hollins, and myself led a committee that included information systems, educational technology, and research and evaluation to develop what is a brand new policy, and there will be an accompanying regulation in this growing field of data governance and security. As a reminder, this policy is intended to be an expression of the board's commitment to data governance methods that safeguard privacy of personally identifiable information and ensures data security in a manner that aligns with federal and state laws and regulations. So as this is the second reading tonight, we're asking the board to adopt this policy. Dr. O'Reilly, I did want to make sure that you saw that we made a little bit of an adjustment to the first sentence to conform with your requested language change.
Right, here's what we'll do. We'll have a motion and a second and then have any discussion by the board. So is there a motion to approve this policy?
So moved.
Thank you, Mrs. Hutchinson. And a second? Thank you, Mrs. Ellingson. Any discussion by the board?
I do. I think it says the policy is intended to be an expression of the board's commitment to data governance methods that safeguard the privacy of personally identifiable information. And one thing the board has often done and historically has done is review things like data sharing agreements, where personally identifiable information is shared with other organizations. And I would like to see the board continue to do that and put that in here, because that puts us as part of doing exactly what we say this policy is supposed to do without getting into the weeds.
What would that look like for us as board members? When we have a data sharing agreement, we would have that on our agenda and then we would vote on it? Or do you want them just to share that this is what it was?
I think we could put it on the consent agenda, and if anyone has any concerns, they could bring it up, just like we did tonight with the consent agenda. For the most part, I think, we know what should be in there. But I think it's good that it actually is seen by us, the representatives of the community, who say, yep, this is something we as the members of the community feel is appropriate or not.
I think our goal would be to create a workable template agreement just as a starting point, so that the board would have an expectation of what they would be looking at with these data sharing agreements. So it wouldn't be like looking at a brand new document every time.
So is doing what Dr. O'Reilly asked, it doesn't change what you've written in this policy, it would just be maybe a regulation or a practice that we would have, that the board would review those documents?
Sometimes in the past, the practice has not happened, and we don't know about that, or we hear about it afterwards. So I just want to make sure it's something we always do.
And if you read through the regulation, which is still a work in progress, but that is part of it, that we would create a data sharing agreement, there would be a data review committee, and so that there could be that consistency and a process in place.
As long as the board has a place in that, then that's what I'm looking for tonight.
Thank you. And we appreciate your board and committee as well, because not all of us are data experts like Dr. O'Reilly is, so we need that help interpreting what we're looking at, and we appreciate that, so thank you. All right, any other discussion about this policy?
Do I have to make a motion or anything, or is it just?
It's already on the table, so this is, the motion is already on the table, so now it would just, we've had a request to make sure, by the board, to make sure that's part of the regulation, is that the board gets the opportunity to approve. All right, and then, Mrs. Head will call for our vote. Just a reminder that if you're on that policy, your vote won't show up. That was mine. Okay, that vote passes 5-0, so that policy is read and becomes the rule of Mesa Public Schools, so thank you. Next, we have a large slate of action items that we want to talk about that are exciting and big for Mesa Public Schools. So the first one that is coming up is the purchasing of a textbook adoption for English Language Arts, K-5 and 6 through 8. Dr. Forlis, will you start this discussion for us?
I would be honored to do that. Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, and to our teams that have worked so hard to make this happen. As we begin this conversation, I'd like to share the importance of tonight's recommendation to approve the investment in materials to teach literacy to our kindergarten through 8th grade students. We have an ambitious mission, which is to know our students by name, serve them by strength and need so that they graduate ready for college, career, and community. And what we know that to graduate ready for college, career, community is a very strong foundation in reading, writing, listening, and speaking. To give you a little history, the most recent English Language Arts state assessment data from 2021 indicate that 32% of our third graders have demonstrated proficiency in these standards. 45% of our fifth graders are proficient. 31% of our eighth graders and 29% of our 10th graders. So we know that we've got a lot of work ahead of us. An investment in scholastic literacy will replace K-5 materials that were purchased in 2005. An investment in Houghton Mifflin Harcourt's Into Literature will replace grades 6 through 8 materials that were also purchased in 2005. And as you are aware, these materials are out of date and they are not aligned to the most recent 2016 Arizona State standards that our students are tested on each year. While these materials will reduce teacher planning time over time, we do know that this is going to place a lot of demands on them as they gear up to use these new materials in their classrooms next school year. With your approval this evening, training of these materials for teachers and leaders will begin in April of this year and will continue throughout next school year and years beyond during early release Wednesdays and also what we call job embedded coaching, and I'll talk about that in just a minute. We are very fortunate to have our COVID recovery federal dollars known as ESSER funds that we are going to allocate an instructional coach, or that an equivalent of one contract, to every single school in our system to be able to support the implementation of these ELA standards, and then a following agenda item on our math standards, so that we know that that side-by-side coaching in schools makes all the difference in implementation. As we think about what these materials look like, we know that we have to pay attention not only to what the instructional materials provide to our students, but also to the data systems that help our teachers design a deeper and more personalized learning for all of our children. Last year, we identified literacy as a focal point of our COVID recovery funds by purchasing Wilson Foundations as our comprehensive and consistent phonics program for grades K through 3, and invested in training our teachers and leaders in the science of reading so that they have a strong understanding of how the brain learns to read and how they can incorporate that into their lesson design. So these investments will continue and will complement the implementation of both scholastic literacy and into literature. So I know that you've got lots of questions and wonderings about the details that support the K-5 and the 6-8 ELA adoption. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Eastlis and her team, who are ready to jump in with lots of information.
Thank you, Dr. Forlis. Madam President, Governing Board, we are here this evening to provide you with an overview, kind of a review of the overview process that we went through to make this recommendation for the acquiring of these materials. I have Eric Von Berg here, who is our Teaching and Learning Director, who's going to review that process as well as provide you with some information about the materials and resources that we will be receiving should you approve this action item this evening, as well as a peek into some professional learning and answer any questions that you might have this evening. So Eric.
Thank you. Madam President, members of the board, I appreciate the honor to get a chance to talk to you about the adoption process and kind of give you a brief overview and highlight of the resources that we gain with the adoption. So the first thing I want to do is I want to step back and walk through what our adoption process was to talk about how we implemented what I think was a comprehensive, inclusive, and transparent process. And we did review this at length last semester, but with all the stuff that's going on, it bears repeating. So up here is the timeline essentially of how it unfolded. It started with phase 0, which was the generation of an RFP where we asked different vendors to be able to submit different options for us to review. During phase 0, a very small group went through and looked at all the submissions and just ensured that they actually adhered to the types of things that we were looking for. That's a very, very, very high bar to be able to be excluded at that time, and nothing was excluded in phase 0. And to give you some context, in some cases in an RFP, you will ask for a particular item and a vendor will submit something that does not align at all with what we're actually looking for. And that's what phase 0 is intended to do, to ensure that the people who are going to engage in the review and evaluation process are really looking at the potential materials that could benefit Mesa Public Schools. In phase 1, we have a very comprehensive rubric with a small group. And when I say small, it's still pretty large, but it is smaller than the following phases. Essentially what we do is with each phase, we have more stakeholders' voices in the entire process. Once phase 1 is complete, then you limit down all of the submissions that pass through phase 0, and you get to around 5 to 7 of the different options. And I'm speaking kind of generally because I'm talking about both the K-5 and the 6-8, and they were a little bit different. In phase 2, we invite all of the schools to submit up to 3 names for each of the areas. And those teachers or coaches or administrators go through, they rate the programs, and we take those scores and we eventually get down to 2 finalists. In phase 3 is when we have 2 two programs go head-to-head, where we then invite all teachers and all certificated staff to provide an opportunity to give feedback and lodge their vote. And the way Phase 3 is resolved is that each school ends up voting. And it's important to know that we built systems that when the school decided to lodge their vote for either candidate A or candidate B, they had a lot of data at their disposal. One of them was the teacher votes. Another one was the community feedback. We had a form that allowed us to gather community feedback, which we then disaggregated and sent it out to the schools. So the leadership team had these two big buckets of data to look at, whether it was the certificated staff's understanding in their vote, and then the community's feedback. And it was the district leadership teams who weighed those two pieces of information and then went ahead and submitted their vote. When we're looking at it, just to give you some numbers, we had, in Phase 3, we had a total of 685 teacher votes in the K-5. And that's going to be an undercount, because while we provided a system to capture those votes, schools in some cases decided to vote using different systems. And so that, I just want to let you know that 685 is by far a low number. And when we had conversations with principals to understand how they captured their vote, other ones did it in person, they had conversations, so that number is much higher. In the comments from community, we had 253 individual comments that got disaggregated out to the schools for the K-5 and 6-8 adoptions. We also worked with, we had, after Phase 3, and there was after the candidate that was recommended went through Phase 3, it goes on a 60-day review process where all the materials are on display, not only here at the district office, but at every school site. And they invite parents, community members to come in and take a look. And we have a form, we have QR codes, so they can go ahead and put in whatever, they can submit whatever their thoughts are for us. The other thing is to understand during Phase 3, once we got down to the final two, we created a document that allowed us to distribute digital information to everyone. We went and met with the Mesa Parent Council, and we distributed that in an effort to try and get as much access. It was really unprecedented access where people could log into their digital platforms and everything. And so then we came through Phase 3. We are now about 6 days after the 60-day review process, and here we are delivering the recommendation to the governing board. So what I want to do now is take a quick peek at each of the adoptions. And I want to kind of echo what Dr. Forlis was saying, is that there are two adoptions. There's one set of resources for K-5 and one for 6-8. And these two programs will become our core programs that sit kind of in a constellation of all the other resources that we have, including Wilson Foundations, our intervention resources. We have things called 95% Group, 6-Minute Solutions, SPIRE. We have a whole bunch of different resources that we can use and tailor to the needs of the student. So the first one I want us to talk with, I'm going to go really quickly through some of these things. I want to talk a little bit about scholastic literacy. They have a program structure. I thought this was going to be useful for us to be able to look at the materials that are provided. And they have 3 basic categories with a whole group instruction, moving to data-driven small group instruction, but then they also have independent learning. And so those are 3 big categorical periods that take place during that ELA instruction. And that's the explicit methodology with which they use to organize not only their instruction, but their materials. So with whole group, this is just a quick graphic. I know it's probably really hard to read because the text is incredibly small. But whole group is an explicit set of instruction that's based around 6 thematic units. So this is just their graphic explaining that they have 6 themes that are threaded through all K-5. So they revisit these things annually in more complex ways with different pieces of literature. What we're going to get when we purchase, or with the purchase of Scholastic Literacy, we would get all the teacher editions, the student resource editions. With a lot of close reading, they would get a set of books that the teachers use during their lessons, and then they get a bunch of mentor texts that they use when working with writing and developing the written communication. One of the big features of scholastic literacy is the resources that come with the small group. This is a picture of a representation of a part of a scholastic level book room. A scholastic level book room is a set of resources that is pooled between teachers. It's going to come with 1,040 unique titles and 6 copies of each book. So it is a robust set of resources that, in fact, is going to take a lot of real estate to figure out where they're going to store all this stuff. But the leveled book room is intended for teachers to be able to check out books on the student's level, to be able to have differentiated small group instruction around these texts. And then this is a mixture of both fiction and nonfiction text leveled to the readability, leveled by readability. The last one that we'll just take a glance at will be their independent learning products. They have 3 particular digital tools: Literacy Pro, Word, and First. Each one serves a little bit of a different purpose. Literacy Pro is about matching books, providing access to ebooks and assessments. Word is all about the vocabulary development through K5, and then First is about phonemic awareness and phonics, so it's early literacy skills. So those are the 3 digital products that come with it. I've also included a slide here that's very text heavy with an explanation of all those different things. I made each one of the ones in italics to represent that as a digital product, so you can see the things there. It's important to note that this isn't every single thing, because I wanted to keep the font at a size that was actually understandable at a distance. I want to move into next is HMH into Literature, which is going to be our program that we're asking for, or that went through the process for 6-8. Now, they have a robust set of resources, and I just grabbed a couple pictures here to represent so we can talk a little bit about them. They also have thematic units. One of the beautiful things about HMH is they have opened up the opportunity to have access all over the place, because they have both imprint and digital access on almost every single thing that they have. Included in this, they get teacher manuals, we have student manuals, we have a bunch of teaching support materials, including guides on how to implement the stuff. We also have the access to order novels, and that will come later with schools being able to determine which novels they want to do. And then there's also the capability of having resources and support materials for teaching those particular novels. And then over onto the right side, we have what you get with HMH into Literature is also access to a program called Writable, which is an explicit writing tool where students get to actually look at, teachers can use some pre-created assessments and activities and writing assignments, but also create their own. So it is all about being able to craft the assignment, give feedback to students, and then assess where they are and continue in that cycle and the improvement of written language. Here's the list of resources. Once again, it's a truncated list where we're just highlighting the materials. A couple things that I want to point out. On the right-hand side, there's something called ED, and that is their kind of umbrella digital product, and within that, it has got a comprehensive and robust set of resources for teachers, for students, and they also have elements for the community. And so they have, just like Scholastic, they have some computer adaptive things. That's what Waggle is, and you can see there. Those are digital resources that we can employ for students, and it tailors right to their level. Last thing I want to do in closing is talk a little bit about the training that's going to go on and expand maybe a little bit on what Dr. Forless was saying. The idea that we have the explicit goal of making sure that we have the opportunity to have teachers get trained on the materials before summer, because summer is an incredibly important time as people transition from one year to the next, and they need time to plan, think about how that's going to actually affect their classroom. And all of those things, as a teacher, it was really important for me to understand how to organize my physical space in the classroom, and with new materials coming after a long time, it's going to be really important for us to think about those things. So the goal is to have onboarding training in April, and then we would have continued training at the beginning of the year and then throughout next year. And it's important to note too that we're going to have training that's tailored to administrators, We're going to have some that's tailored towards coaches and specialists that support teachers, but then we also have a robust set of training that's going to extend, for a long time with teachers as we learn to integrate, because training up front is great, but we also know we need job embedded continual improvement as we start to learn and understand the resources that we have. And so the nice thing is the training, we're shooting for having ongoing training, having it job embedded, having it relevant. The other excellent thing is if we can get an opportunity for people to become familiar with the resources, both HMH and Scholastic Literacy have quite a bit of personalized, independent resources on their digital platforms, so you can dive in as deep as you want, as quick as you want. And then when it comes down to it, if approved, we've been working really hard to make sure that the materials get here in the most timely fashion. We've been very proactive in having conversations. During the 60-day wait period, we're hard at work having conversations, starting to arrange, starting to think about the logistics that need to be necessary to make this happen. So while we don't necessarily have a time when those materials will be here, we're working to try and make sure we can expedite that as best as possible. And with that, if there are any questions.
I have a couple. I was glad to hear about the training and onboarding starting in April, and that we're trying to get the materials in a timely manner. As a teacher, I would be incredibly excited to be getting these types of materials since the last 2 decades, right? Okay. This is an exciting time where we can make the resources relevant and rigorous to today's standards. But I worry about the time that is needed for collaborations at grade level, collaborations as we were talking about with the next education workforce. We have a lot of teachers that already collaborate in teams as they work to instruct students. Will teachers have enough training and materials so that during the summer they can work together or individually to start diving in to these new resources? Because training at the beginning of the year is too late.
Absolutely.
It's just too late. I'm really worried about overwhelming teachers with new resources and not giving them enough time to individually dive in and then work with their colleagues collaboratively to understand the materials and make best use of them first day of school.
Absolutely. I think we can completely empathize. And I think that in our conversations, the criteria we looked at when trying to roll out and figure out what the professional learning plan was, those were definitely on our mind. So I hesitate to be able to give you a firm answer, will everyone be ready to go with training in April? I will tell you that I think so. I think that we are providing in an effort to get enough information, because we also know that too much information, if we did 20 hours all of a sudden, it's not good enough. You need to be able to wrestle with it, get an understanding, talk to people, try it out, and then a whole new round of questions is going to arise from that. And that's what we wanted to do, was stretch that training out over time so we continually have those opportunities to revisit, but give enough of an overview where they could jump in the summer and plan. And we feel pretty comfortable, I think, with the resources, the videos, the digital tools that are going to be available very soon, that they can jump in and go as deep as they want. So I would say yes, I really do think so. And I think that in our conversations with HMH and Scholastic Literacy, we have very much emphasized the need that we have to get it very soon so we can get the correct amount of training to be able to jump in and understand the resource. And to let you know, we also already have district teams already moving and convening and starting to look at, how does this integrate with the resources that we have right now? How would this look? I just had a conversation today. having had no training whatsoever, how do these resources look to you with the capability of being able to jump into them? And so I would say that we're very confident that it can happen. Are there going to be hiccups along the way? Absolutely.
Questions?
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, Madam President, you'll want to have a motion on the table before you start a discussion.
Well, then let's do that. Do I have a motion to approve the recommended textbook adoption for English language arts? Thank you, Mrs. Ellingson, and a second. Second. Thank you, Mrs. Hutchinson. All right, we'll continue our conversation. Mrs. Ellingson.
Okay, now that we're legal. I just have a few questions. I really appreciate hearing the process and that we had a lot of stakeholders involved in this process. You said there was 253 comments from parents in particular. We saw a lot of what the teachers had to say and our certified employees, and I was just wondering what the overall feel was from our community in their comments. And
so, to be completely honest, I have not read them, number one, to 253. And
you didn't?
Well, no. But what we did do is we were operating from the framework that schools know best, right? They have an understanding of the needs of their community. And so we had a process by which we collected them, and then we routed those particular, so if you filled it out and you said, hey, I'm associated with Lehigh, that information went to a spreadsheet and a dashboard that we created for Lehigh so they could look at it, read it, and understand the context. And so what the goal is to provide as much information for the administration and the leadership teams of each school to be able to understand what the needs and desires are
of their
and that's
community.
How they establish their
so then
goal.
The vote from the schools took into account what the community
Absolutely.
wanted.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Another thing is, as I've been in many classrooms this year, I've heard from especially K-3 teachers how it was at the beginning difficult to implement foundations, but as they've been using it, and even many that didn't even think they needed it are realizing they needed it, and how important it has been to our kids, and especially since those are our goals this year with literacy. And I'm fearful that with this new adoption that foundations will be weakened or it won't be taught with fidelity. So I'm hoping you can walk me through that process of how we can still keep our foundations and the gold standard of phonics and the science of reading and all of that coupled with the scholastic and the voice and choice and the books and all of the things that are coming together.
Absolutely. The plan is, unless one of you want to speak about it, the plan is that Wilson Foundations will continue, and that will be our primary resource for phonics instruction. Now, scholastic literacy does come with the phonics component, and what we have a team right now looking at it, and I think the guidance is going to be that we teach Wilson Foundations for phonics, and then we continue on with scholastic literacy. That would mean that we then have resources in scholastic literacy that we could use to supplement. But Wilson Foundations, because of the success we've seen so far and the good reports in addition to people in conjunction with the letters training that we're doing, we've had a lot of great feedback.
Yeah.
The feedback being, man, this is robust and this is difficult, but man, this is excellent. And it's really kind of moved the needle not only in getting students to understand those early literacy skills, but getting teachers to have a better understanding of the science behind those. So that's how we're seeing that those two will interact together, is that Wilson Foundations will continue, and then scholastic literacy becomes the core for the remaining portion.
Okay, great.
If I can just add to that, Monica and I spend quite a bit of time talking with principals about the implementation of foundations, and what you just said about the fear of it going away, our principals don't want it to go away.
Good.
They're hearing from teachers that they don't want it to go away, so I don't see that as a problem. It will be here. It's here, and it's going to be here to stay.
I appreciate that. We have several community members who have children with dyslexia, and I know that that's a big concern with this adoption, is that, they're worried that their students' needs won't be met on a tier 1 level. And so I know that you and I have talked, but what does that look like for a student who may not be getting all that they need in a tier 1 support in their classroom between Scholastic and Foundations, and particularly in our upper grades, since we don't have phonics past 3rd grade currently? So what does that look like to kind of put some of our community members at ease and knowing that we're still moving forward, that we still have Spire? Anyway, just I would love
Absolutely.
you to walk me through that.
And I think one big thing that we have to add to this story is FastBridge. And so if we go back to it, we have FastBridge, which is going to be a system by which we can we implement a universal screener to be able to look for the characteristics that are associated with dyslexia. It's important to note that FastBridge doesn't diagnose dyslexia, but it notices the characteristics that can be associated with it. And by doing those universal screeners and looking at those academic skills, we can identify the students who have needs, more than just tier 1. And we have the opportunity within tier 1 to do differentiation with the tools that we have been provided through our core resources in Wilson, and then hopefully HMH and Scholastic. But then we have a whole constellation of other opportunities with tier 1. Like I was saying before, we have we're working at how do we use Wilson Foundations for tier 2, which is going to be that could be not just K3, it can be beyond as well. But we also have other stuff that we already have within the district, 95% group, 6-minute solution, and so Inspire. And so the idea would be is how do we take the information that we have from our universal screeners, how do we look at that in addition to the information we get from the classroom teacher, and then leverage all the human capital we have and the resources we have to be able to figure out what's going to be a plan that's work for that student.
Okay, can I jump in? Who will be on that team that will look at that? Because that sounds like a lot of information for a classroom teacher to assimilate. Who helps?
Well, those are going to be the school-based teams as they look at going through the problem-solving process when they have a student who it shows that tier 1 instruction, and by tier 1, the first instruction that you do is just not working. And so it becomes a collective effort to be able to determine what do we need to do and how do we determine if it's going to work or not. And that's also part of FastBridge, which is beautiful, is that when you identify a student who has needs, you immediately launch into the intervention and progress monitoring cycle. And that intervention is what you're doing to remedy and provide for the needs of that student. And then progress monitoring is the idea basically saying, is that intervention working? And so for students with the highest needs, you do that cycle and you monitor very frequently to be able to determine if it's working, and so you can course correct. And so, but those are going to be school-based teams working in conjunction with district support to make sure that everyone has the supports they need to make that happen.
And every school is getting literacy coaches too next year, or instruction coaches to help the teachers with all of these new curriculums and the supplemental materials we can use.
Yep.
And Madam President, I just want to clarify, when Mr. Von Berg is talking about school-based teams, so that's the MTSS, the multi-tiered system of support team that we continue to talk about, and our area assistant superintendents did some amazing training and led some great conversations with principals about all of that today. So just wanted to connect all of our verbiage to make sure we're on the same track.
It is great to see that, though, because you look and you go, okay, we know, we've heard from them. We've heard from parents who have said, how is this going to help my kid? How is this going to help my child? I really appreciate you walking through the steps about the process of how this was adopted. So because we've had questions come up about that in our emails. And so that was a good refresher. Thank you for doing it again. And also, but just that when my child is struggling, how do I know that teacher, that the right help and the right support is going to happen for my child? And so I think that's really important that we've talked about what MTSS role plays in it, how FastBridge helps us identify, and that it's not all on the back of an individual one. I mean, it goes a little bit into our next education workforce conversation that we had during study session, that this is not all on the backs of one teacher trying to take care of everyone's needs by herself or himself. So,
Absolutely.
thank you.
Or one parent.
Right, or one parent. Other questions or thoughts?
I just have a couple of questions that, actually some came up following up with Board Member Hutchinson talked about this summer. So I'm really concerned about K-6, where those teachers are teaching math and they're teaching ELA. And so, and I heard they're going to dig in, they're going to get some training in April. What training or resources, like money, is available for them to come in the summer and get very familiar with the materials and maybe work as a grade level team if you're not providing training? Or are there any of those sorts of things so that we can expand the time that's available for teachers that we support, that allows them to implement the curriculum faster, better, and less, hopefully less stressful?
I'm going to direct this over to Dr. Isla. She's been working on plans for this.
Yes, thank you. So, Dr. O'Reilly, we have been working on not only with principals in regard to curriculum planning that they do every summer. We'll be working with our instructional coaches, and we will have funding available whether principals want to work with teams or teams of teachers want to work and dig into the resources on their own and do some planning. They want to dig into specific topics. We have schools use our title funds. We have ESSER funds that we can access for that, and we have professional learning funds through our district professional learning. And so there are multiple opportunities where if, say, a third grade team wants to dig into those digital resources, they can do so, and we will provide some compensation for that off-contract time. We have been very intentional about working with the vendors that if this approval happens, then tomorrow we will solidify those dates and chunk out what that training looks like, because as Mr. Vongberg said, we don't want to provide 75 hours in April and May on all these different kinds of resources, but what are the pieces they need to know right now, and what pieces will we continue to expand over the summer and then intentionally roll out throughout next year with that job embedded coaching, as Dr. Forlis mentioned, with the support of our coaches and our leaders as well as the vendors. And you'll hear a little bit more about that support even with the math process when Dr. Enright comes for that action item. So very intentional, chunked out, just in time what teachers will need. And then we'll be checking in with them also month by month to see what areas of focus do they need more support with, or what do they want to know more about, and then we'll provide that training and that support as well.
Heard from a number of teachers who said they want to do things in the summer.
Absolutely. They can't wait. They keep calling me every day. When are we getting these materials? I want to dig in. And so even right now, they do have access to all the digital resources online. They've got sets at their schools. And so I know teams are even already starting to dig in and in anticipation of the approval.
You also mentioned letters training and how well that's received. And I think wasn't that like one teacher per school, or a small number of teachers? So is that being expanded at all?
So, by statute, we need to have a teacher at elementary school sites. But what we did is we purchased 480 slots, or that's what we were looking at funding for. Right now we have, I don't have the exact number, but I know it's north of 400 teachers across the district who are a part of it. So what we ended up doing is taking the number of licenses that we had available to us and partitioning them out amongst the schools. I think, if I recall correctly, I think it was up to 8 at elementary schools. And then when we had some that had some real vigorous interest, we apportioned more to them. So we by minimum have 1 per school site, but we have a lot more, and that's K-12. So we have junior high and high school teachers also going through it. And the reports we get, are that it's really rigorous, but it has been incredibly eye-opening to understand how to leverage the tools that they have, regardless of what curriculum it is, for the benefit of their students.
Yeah, that's good to hear. I just wanted to make sure more teachers had that available and we weren't.
Absolutely, and it's important to note too that the intention is to have another cohort where we can have more, and then alongside that, we're intentionally building out our own facilitation group. So then we will have letters trainers within the district, so we can continue this and have a much more flexible schedule with the training, but be able to continue to train all teachers.
And as as Dr. Forless started, she talked about 32% of our third graders are proficient and 29% or something of our 10th graders are proficient in reading. So we probably have some struggling readers out there, if not a lot of struggling readers, who when they look at that, my reaction when I looked online, or in our materials and saw that book room, I guess they're calling it, a kid who doesn't succeed in reading doesn't see that as a positive. I mean, so what are we doing to help the struggling readers, and how does this approach, what do they do to help the struggling readers with Scholastic?
Well, so with Scholastic, what they will do is they'll have an explicit whole group instruction, an intentional way of rolling out the literacy skills that are necessary. And I think it's important that the Scholastic Book Room, I believe, is an intent to really try and draw a student in using what they're interested in. So I guess that book room is not student facing, that's teacher facing. So as the teachers decide with this group of 6 students at this level, they can help work with matching the types of books that are interest the student and what skills they have to teach them. And they may end up checking out several sets of the books that are in there because I'm working with different groups with different texts. So I think that while a student may see that and think that that doesn't help me, it's going to be using the digital tools that Scholastic offers to be able to help match the interest level and the needs of those students with those books. That's going to be a really good step in alongside their whole group instruction. And then the independent instruction utilizes a lot of computer adaptive technology to be able to make sure that they're getting instruction right at their level.
And my last question just about writing is, we've heard a lot about reading with Scholastic, and you mentioned writing a little bit with HMH. What about writing with Scholastic, and what were the reactions to that?
Writing is embedded in the Scholastic. It doesn't necessarily have, here's our writing time. It is embedded throughout the instruction, working with the mentor texts and the teacher texts that they work through with each unit.
Thank you. So many. I just loved, on a tour, I think, of Stevenson Elementary, where they were talking about, they may be teaching point of view with third graders, but they may all have a different text that they're using to learn point of view, one that's exciting to them, to that reader, that will hopefully engage more. I had a little question just about the longevity of those book rooms. I mean, we don't adopt new adoptions clearly very often in Mesa Public Schools. So what kind of is that an ongoing cost, the district, because new literature comes out that's exciting for kids, and how do we continue to add to those book rooms?
That's a great question, and it's one that we'll have to go back and talk to Scholastic Literacy. We have not heard of anything about updating. I can tell you, for example, one of our schools previously has they had a Scholastic book room. Holmes Elementary has one, and they do things to leverage the books that they already have. But I do know that book room is the new version of the book room is updated. But they have been running strong with that for a number of years. So I don't know if I really have an accurate answer.
I can add on to that. So every year, Teaching and Learning has a capital budget as well, and we purchase a lot of licenses and supplemental materials to replenish Tier 2 or Tier 3 resources. And as part of our strategic goal of aligning resources, we'll be taking a look at that and hopefully not spending a whole lot of money on things that are not needed or not used or even misaligned to standards, and really putting our resources towards student strengths and needs. And so just kind of reallocating resources so that should we need to update literature or resources or even books for our library based on student interest or new research that comes out, that's what those funds would be used for.
Thank you. I know I was also at Redbird not too long ago, and their principal was talking about some of those students who had never been readers before, just their excitement all around a book that they were thrilled to read. And I think it makes me honestly a little choked up, because I think that's the vision I want for all of our kids, that they find out that they have the strengths and the skills that let them enjoy and love to read, and it becomes a lifelong passion for them. And I hope those are the kind of tools we're getting. I feel confident that we took a good step that we may take a good step in the right direction later this evening. We do have a request to speak on this topic, Mr. Berg, if Von Berg, if Kelly Berg would. Look at that. You guys, that's why I was so confused. Kelly Berg would like to replace Mr. Von Berg at the podium.
Thank you, Madam President and board members. No relation, by the way. As you approve the ELA and math standards or new curriculum tonight, I would like to first thank you for the much needed refresh to our textbooks and ancillary items. I would also like to stress how important it will be to provide support for the teachers, and we have heard a lot about that this evening. While we update lesson plans to accommodate the new scope and sequence, besides all we have done the last 2 years, we now have new text to delve into. My concern is especially noted for my elementary colleagues. This year alone, they've had to learn and implement FastBridge, letters, foundations, on top of dealing with the pandemic, subbing for their colleagues, and keeping current with technology. This will greatly add to their workload and any teacher's workload next year. Please be mindful we will need time and support for planning during the summer and throughout the school year. It takes hours to prep new resources. Even as a veteran teacher, this semester I've added a new course that I've never taught before. I do spend hours each week taking the adopted resources and modifying it to fit the needs of my students. Next year, this newly developed content will need revision. I won't be able to use it. I fear 2 new contents for elementary teachers will make managing their time difficult. I feel like brand new textbooks. I feel that we may feel like brand new teachers again. And it seems like we felt that way with the pandemic. We've had to learn Canvas, brand new teacher again. We've had to learn how to be AB schedule teachers, brand new teachers all over again. How do we adapt to teaching in person to half of our students and then online to half of our students? So please be mindful, proactive, provide ample support. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Berg, for speaking on behalf of so many of our teachers. Were there any other comments or questions before we call for our vote? All right, Mrs. Head, I think we're ready. The motion was already on the table. Dr. O'Reilly, thank you. Better your computer than you, Dr. O'Reilly. That's good. And that vote passes unanimously, 5-0. Exciting times ahead for Mesa Public Schools. All right, next is item B. We get to do this all again, but Dr. Enright, I hear it's going to be your turn. Dr. Forlis, will you help frame this conversation for us?
I would be very happy to, and I'll be a little shorter this time. Like English language arts, an investment in current K-12 instructional materials to teach mathematics is critical to the success of our students. So here's our data story for math. Based on the 2021 state assessments, 36% of our students are proficient in 3rd grade math, 32% in 5th grade math, 31% in 8th grade math, and 21% in 10th grade. The current math adoption was purchased in 2012 and in 13, 2 different years because we had a 6th grade overlap there, and new standards were adopted by the state in 2016. We need to support our teachers with high-quality materials and our students with rigorous instruction aligned to those math standards. So with your approval of these materials, training will begin in April again and continue throughout the next school year. And the instructional coach model that I shared previously about English language arts, that will be in place to support math content as well. So we are calling these instructional coaches that will be working with, some of our schools will identify a literacy coach, and some will identify a math coach sharing a contract, and some will be working that out with just one contract. So it'll look different in different places, but I think that our intent is to align the support to our teachers as very best that we can. So with that, am I going to?
Yes, I will turn it over to Dr. Enright, who will be sharing an overview of our K through 12, which includes the Algebra, Geometry, and Algebra 2 resources for high school, when I say 9 through 12.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the board. It's been about 4 or 5 months since we've been up here, and thankfully, we had, as far as processes go, we mirrored the exact process that English language arts did, so I can just say ditto to what Eric said to about 20 of those slides. Wine adoption, one of the reasons to serve students with strengths and needs. The other one is the SAVIS program came out very strongly in ed reports, so it was rated very, very highly when looking at different metrics and when educators vetted the program. We actually have a new set of standards in 2016. Actually, we have 2 new sets of standards in English language arts since our last adoption, but we have a new set of standards that this program aligns to better, and it will help us increase our growth towards mastery of the mathematics standards. There are 12 different print components that the program has, and that is in the small font that we all love. And there are actually 21 digital components that the program has. So we know that aligns to the board's commitment to technology that we actually embarked upon 8 years ago. And I don't know if you realize it, but it's been 8 years since we've had at our junior high and high schools one-to-one devices with technology. So it's been a long time. That's the remainder of the 21 digital components. And the components in the SAVIS system basically are going to fall under 5 different categories. There are English language learner supports, assessment supports, differentiation supports, interactive/technology supports, and then manipulatives. So I'm going to go through these slides rather quickly, but you'll see those 5 categories come up again and again and again. So there's our print components. There's the teacher edition print. There's our Spanish, so you see English language learners, you see practice posters, you see assessment books, so there's the assessment I was talking about. You see language support again, you see math diagnosis and intervention systems, you see problem solving mats, you see quick and easy centers for differentiated instruction, so there's differentiation again. There's some manipulative kits, and then they have today's challenge. And now we're into the digital components. So you'll see a bunch of the different things just in digital format. You'll see the SAVISRealize.com platform, classroom videos, math games, listen for videos, math practice animations, practice buddies online, visual learning and animations, interactive animated stories, adaptive practice, 3-act math, today's challenge, as you can see in English and Spanish. And we'll just keep going through those. But you'll see all those 5 categories come up again and again and again. So we actually have many different components that our teachers and students will have available. And all these digital components, if students have devices, will be obviously available both at home and at school. And so those were the areas we wanted to highlight. And at this point, I will turn it over to any questions you may have.
Which we've learned requires a motion and a second before we have any questions. So do I have a motion then to approve the textbook adoption for mathematics adoption K5, 6, 8, and high school traditional, I don't even know what AGA means.
Algebra, geometry, algebra 2.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say. Yep. Algebra, geometry, and algebra 2. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Thank you, Dr. O'Reilly, and a second. Thank you, Mrs. Ellingson. Now, are there any questions?
I have a couple questions. So when I hear there's a Spanish component, does that mean that dual language can use this, the same math?
Yes, it can be used with regular classroom teachers for students, and it will definitely be used in our dual language programs.
Great. I love seeing manipulatives on there. My biggest fear, and I looked through this program as best as I could, but there's a lot of grades, and as my biggest concern always with math programs is the amount of worksheets instead of the hands-on learning. And can you kind of talk about this program, and is it more abstract or in the concrete where they're actually doing manipulatives and not a ton of worksheets? Or
yeah, there's manipulative kits. Everything is more conceptual based and not just sort of the rote worksheets that we sort of had when we were going to school. So you'll see a lot more conceptual mathematics being taught, a lot more problem solving, a lot more discussion of mathematics, critical thinking, things like that. So it does look quite a bit different in that regards. The mathematics is the same, the way it's taught is very different.
So that will require the training. So as we've heard about training for teachers for the ELA, I mean, that's going to shake a lot of teachers up because that's different than how some of them have taught. So what does the training look like for that?
It is a little bit different, but the new standard, the first standards that came out that were called the Common Core, and then when the next set came out, the Arizona content standards, did really start to shift to that emphasis. So that started in 2010, but this is kind of the next step to that. So we do have training in April, program activation training. And then the schools will have summer training available. And then there is actually training, let me get the name of it, the one they recommend for the start of next year is Implementation Essentials, Effective Use of the Digital Process. So that's what they recommend for all our teachers sort of next year. And we explicitly asked them to sort of spread out the training for what's been expressed tonight to not overload our teachers. Also, the SABIS, the vendor, is because we are asking to adopt K-12, or is actually providing us with a fidelity coach, which that is an expert in their product for 3 years.
Oh, wow.
So we will have a fidelity coach that will be ours to use, that's an expert in their product, and we will have them for 3 years.
That's good news. Okay, thank you.
I'm thrilled that we're going to have training, and I'm overwhelmed by the amount of resources that we are going to have in order to teach mathematics. But I'm deeply concerned about what we're expecting, particularly our K-3 teachers to be doing. I'm worried about, even though we will support them with training and new resources, and as Dr. O'Reilly asked about support in the summer to compensate them for their time, I'm really worried about fidelity, in that how we're asking our teachers to expand their capacity, and I wonder if we're asking too much. With Fastbridge, Wilson Foundations, letters, new ELA materials, new math materials, my anxiety level is rising, and I can't even imagine what it would be like for an elementary teacher, because as Ms. Burke said, every time you have new materials, and I was that teacher that got the new textbooks, and not that you change your curriculum, but your curriculum now has to be supported by new materials, and it may mean new methods, it may mean new information, and when we try to tailor these to the strengths and needs of every student, I'm really worried about just exploding the capabilities, are we asking our teachers to do too much? And I'm just asking that as a parent, as a former teacher, because I want the best instruction for our kids. And teachers have to be able to wrap their heads around the new methods, the new instruction, the new resources, to be able to do that, and they really want to do it well. That's what I'm hearing from particularly elementary teachers, and I'm really worried about them during the effects of a pandemic.
Sure.
As well. So I'm just throwing that out there because I'm starting to feel it just as another human being. How much are they capable of doing, and can we ever provide enough support? That's what I'm really worried about.
Yes, I mean, we're worried too. We're cognizant of it. I think the instructional coaches, having them for a extended period of time, the 3-year implementation from Savvis, we've spreading the trainings out. Like that digital training I talked about would normally have gone this year. We asked our vendor to spread trainings out over a longer time frame, so we get that summertime with our teachers. But it is a lot, and so we're cognizant of it. We've been working to try to support our teachers, but to say it doesn't concern us a little bit, I wouldn't be being truthful.
Well, I would hope that district administration would talk to the teachers and really get a sense, because I'm just telling you, just as a human being trying to figure out, how do I do all of this as a teacher and make sure that I'm providing the best instruction for the kids that are sitting in front of me, that are depending on me. Can our teachers have a voice and express what a number of teachers have come to me worried about? Can you please talk with them and figure out maybe what that training should look like, when it should be, and get some advice from them on what they need?
Sure, we've been incorporating as part of our pay for performance listening sessions, so we can take some of our listening sessions that were scheduled to be basically delivered in the second semester here, and we can tailor those to change them to incorporate teachers and what kind of needs or suggestions they'd have for the training, so we can just pivot there and make that happen.
And I'm going to piggyback on that too. As we heard Dr. Basile, Mr. Wing in our study session, we're really going to be looking at those teacher teams as well, and how can they distribute their expertise among, whether it's math instruction, reading instruction, and so forth. Because one teacher can't do it all. And certainly it is our intent to provide as much support. Principals will need to be consistently talking with their area superintendents, and we meet as a team every week also. So we will definitely be dipsticking on how are our teachers doing, how are they feeling. One of the things I think that these resources will provide, though, also is a structure and a system for teachers to be able to implement good instruction without having to spend hours and hours and hours researching and looking for materials and looking for lessons that they don't have available to them right now. So that hopefully will save them some time as well. And then having the support of their teams, their coaches, and teaching and learning as well to reach out to those teacher teams and the MTSS teams as well, to really target the best first instruction, so that they're not spending lots and lots of time doing other things that really they don't have time to do.
Right.
So.
But the problem is that it will be new materials to them.
Absolutely.
And collaboration takes time. So we have got to make sure that we are providing time
every single day in the teacher's class, in the schedule. Absolutely.
I love what Dr. Eastless is saying, because I feel like, at this point, I think these teachers do want the new materials.
Yes.
They don't want us to go up here and go, you know what, it's going to be too much, we're going to hold back some of them. But we want to be cognizant of is that this is a big ask, and I think part of that will be the responsibility of the district to manage our expectations for what a successful implementation looks like this first year. We're not going to have all the pieces in place in the first semester. It's going to take some time to roll it out, and we understand, but I do feel like while teachers may be feeling overwhelmed, I do think there's a general feel of that I hear of excitement for these new materials. They are going out trying to build these lessons piecemeal by scouring the internet, and this will be all in one place. And they, even if they only scratch the surface this year and are able to do part of it, we're going to watch this grow over time and watch them become more confident in it. And so I think that's what, as a board member, I would like to communicate to our teachers is we don't expect you to be experts on this in the first year. I think, and we will tell your people that this is about learning and growing, and we're figuring it out together. But I do feel like I feel like if we take a positive approach to this and a supportive approach, we can help mitigate some of this. Being a teacher is an overwhelming job, but tonight I think we've heard a lot of great opportunities for teachers to be supported in the jobs that they are doing. So,
And Madam President, I'd also like to remind the board, our calendar for next year has 2 full early release days. In addition, one each semester, so 2 full.
Not early release, no students.
I'm sorry, full day.
Yeah, I was
So
like, no, just no kids there, yeah.
In addition to our weekly early release on Wednesday, we have 2 full days throughout the year, one first semester, one second semester, where kids are enjoying their homes and teachers will be learning. So I just wanted to remind you all of that additional resource that we've provided.
Embedded some more PD time for our classified staff as well. Other comments or questions?
I just want to ask publicly this question, because we've talked about this probably 2 months ago. As soon as this hit, it was like, is there any way you could buy this and just wait? And that's a question people have asked, so could you address that tonight?
Our current solutions are My Math K-5 is a consumable book. Because of declining enrollment we were able to, it was 7 years of consumables we received. We were able to have an 8th year, and that was last year. And so that is gone, and our digital access for Big Ideas is also expired. So we would have a hardcover book available, but we would feel like that would be moving us backwards from where the board and our communities work so hard to incorporate all this technology. We wouldn't have the digital access, but we would have the hardcover textbook at our junior highs and high schools.
Other comments or questions? All right, Dr. Enright, we have a motion on the table. Mrs. Wake up your computer. And Mrs. Head will call for our vote on this action item 8B. This also passes unanimously, so thank you. We're excited for the math learning that will happen, the mathematics. Action item 8C, I'm glad you stayed at the podium. We'll let Dr. Forlis, do you want to frame, or Dr. Eastlis?
Keep on rolling.
That's right, keep going.
All right, I am going to turn it back over to Dr. Enright, but this is a recommendation to adopt core resources for our advanced placement AP courses.
Yes, this is for, if you remember back to when we presented, I think late September, early October, we talked about these singleton type courses where it's mainly a few sections at each school. 3 of those are really of the singleton variety: the AP statistics, the college algebra trig's got a few more than 1 or 2. The pre-calculus actually did have good representation because we have many students that take pre-calculus. And then the last one was the contemporary mathematics. And so these are the 4th year mathematics courses. These are typically our courses our seniors would take. A lot of them are college level, dual enrollment courses. In fact, I think all of them except the contemporary mathematics can be taken for dual enrollment. And some at some of our campuses. So that's what these fourth-year classes are. So it's 3 vendors: Savvis for the pre-calculus and the college algebra trig. It is Thompson for the AP stats, and I think it's McGraw-Hill for the which one's left? Contemporary? Okay, contemporary.
And I might just add that throughout this process, those teachers who are the experts in their content are the ones that provided input, vetted the resources, and went through the evaluation process in conjunction with our Evelyn Fox, our department math specialist.
We had no feedback from the community on AP statistics.
I don't think that's too shocking, although I have a 24-year-old who probably would have loved to give some feedback. All right, let's have a motion on item, was there anything else you needed to add before we call for a motion? Okay, do I have a motion on item 8C, a recommended approval of textbook adoption for mathematics adoption for AP statistics, college algebra and trigonometry, contemporary mathematics with modeling and pre-calculus?
So moved.
Thank you, Mrs. Hutchinson, and a second. Thank you, Mrs. Ellingson. All right, questions or comments? We can't even string together an intelligent question about it. We're glad experts vetted this program. All right, then this will be an easy one. Let's, Mrs. Head, call for our vote. That vote also passes 5-0. And we do want to recognize that teachers like Mrs. Berg, who teach out of these kind of content books, do have a heavy lift as well, because while they're singleton classes, it means they're prepping other classes as well, and learning a new curriculum. So the same kind of training and support we hope for those high school math teachers as well as a board. All right, item 8D. This is all fun all the time. And Dr. Forlis.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. This is a familiar topic that we are bringing back to you yet again, and tonight you will see that we have moved from a discussion to an action item. It is time to move to action. We have been talking about the importance of air quality within our schools, and that comes to us through our HVAC, mechanical systems, and installation. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Scott Thompson, who will walk you through the details. I want to also reiterate that this has been a slow process, but it's been a slow process on purpose so that we get it right. This is the first time we've ever had federal funds to use in this kind of a way, and we want to make sure that we're doing it correctly every step of the way. So with that, Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Thompson, will you wait? Teaching and learning, thank you. You don't have to stay. Please go home.
Thank you all.
Thank you for being here. And I know, yeah, go home and start that teacher preparation, that professional development.
Thanks very much.
Thank you for coming in, all of the pre-work and that was done to get us here. Sorry, Mr. Thompson.
All right, they think textbooks are fun. I think that air conditioning units are fun. I don't know. Everybody has their own, right?
I don't know if it's fun, but it's cool.
That's cool. Thank you, Dr. O'Reilly. Thank you. So I just want to take us back to the beginning of the year real quick. We had a discussion about the possibility of using an energy savings contract. At that time, we were trying to leverage an Arizona law that allows for the idea that for all the savings you can create through more efficient equipment, you can offset the cost of that equipment. And we often heard the comment, you're either going to pay the utilities for the school district, or you're going to pay for new equipment, right? I think we heard that several times. So we're working through that process, but that process brought in a lot of additional ideas that weren't the original intent of what we were trying to do. What we were trying to do is improve air quality in the classroom. What we were having to pull together to try to meet the needs of an energy savings contract is solar and LED and possibly other parts of a program to do that. So we were working through that progress, and we were having those discussions with you, and we introduced, and the idea was introduced to leverage ESSER funding. And that really kind of changed the game in several different ways. One, ESSER being used for that large of a capital expense really wasn't something that we were contemplating on at that point. But I think as the idea grew, it became more and more attractive because ESSER is only with us for 3 years. And if we can achieve a long-term savings in our budget, we can use those dollars for many years to come, hopefully for teachers and teacher raises and things of that nature. So this became a way to leverage federal dollars to accomplish something we were trying to use a state law originally to do. It also, though, changed the nature of the work and how we were to complete the work. And so as we worked forward, we were looking at federal contracts, federal funds involve a different set of rules than what the state purchasing agencies and our own purchasing agency in Mesa and our director of purchasing and their great crew there. There's just different rules about what there's wage laws, there's different aspects of how you procured the contract, all of this. So we looked at that and we were trying to get clear answers. And I will tell you that even at the state level, the folks at ADE, they were trying to assist us. We were having lots of conversations because this is somewhat unprecedented to spend these kind of federal dollars. And it's not just in the area of HVAC, but construction particularly is getting a lot of attention. And this is, well, not really construction, it's in the realm of renovation for classrooms, right? So it still has that idea of building work and building facilities, right? So we were trying to get clear answers as to how do we do this? How do we know we're following the rules? We're looking at spending up to $75 million. We want to make sure we get this right. And so, again, our director, Michelle Hamilton, her staff, having lots of conversations, working through this. And as we looked at it, we came down to the Mojave Cooperative Contract being the most closely related and responsive to the federal process. Better than we thought we could do ourselves, better than other cooperative contracts out there, although we are continuing to look at other cooperative contracts. But inside of that cooperative contract exists 4 vendors who were vetted and approved for doing what is called HVAC JOC contract work. And one of the reasons we were attracted to the cooperative is because, as I brought to you before, prices are changing, schedules are disrupted by supply chain, and we need to get started. And we've been struggling to get off the ground because of all these unanswered questions, all the difficulties with trying to pull together where we originally were and where we are today. Today, I think we have the answer. We have put out a document of interest to these 4 companies that said, how can you do this? Here's the time frame, here's our requirements. We were very upfront with them and said, this is what you need to do business with Mesa Public Schools for this project. All 4 of these companies were very responsive. We've brought them in already. We've talked to them about the general scope of doing this work, and they all feel comfortable in it. We have certain standards we'd like to achieve. We have certain types of equipment we like to order, but in a supply chain disrupted world, that's going to be difficult. And we basically have about 2 years to get this done. So with your approval this evening, we will enter into working towards spending the $75 million through this contract with 4 different vendors, all working simultaneously, all being managed by our construction department and our expertise, following our line of reasoning within our own department, our own operations department, calling out which projects need to be done first, which schools need to be done first, all based on the idea that they know better than anybody which schools are in the most need of this work, and we're going to just keep working through this till every dime is spent and we've got as many schools addressed as possible. This will primarily be rooftop unit work, might be some central plant work, but we're trying to focus on, there are so many rooftop units in our district. There's a lot of work to be done there. This will be work that'll be done off school hours, probably in the evenings, probably at night, sometimes on the weekends, because there's no way we can get it done in just the 2 months during the summer in 2 years. So no matter how we approached it, we're going to have to do that. All the vendors understand that. They understand that the safety of the children are primary and first, and we're going to work through all those details. Fortunately, all these vendors also have worked closely with schools before, so they're familiar with the school environment and how our schedules work and how that constitutes the safety of our kids. So this evening, what you're approving is the Mojave contract of $75 million. Within that, there are 4 vendors. Those 4 vendors have all responded with, as I said, a document of interest saying that they can meet the demands of our district and we can get this work done. We had a very positive kind of upfront meeting with them about all of that, kind of a pre-engagement meeting, if you will. And we feel that we can get this work done and we want to get going. So that's what this is this evening.
Do I have a motion on this item?
I move that we approve the contract increase of $75 million for a job order contracting for various construction trades in HVAC.
Thank you, Mrs. Hutchinson. And a second? Thank you, Mrs. Ellingson. All right, are there questions? I'm sorry, I have a question right off the top of this Mid-State Mechanical that's listed as one of our companies. Is this the original Mid-State we've been talking to?
This is not Mid-State Energy, and this is not Verigy. Those were the two, that was the company we talked to.
Okay, so I think I have to recuse myself from this vote.
Mid-State Mechanical is a different
I think I have to so I won't be able to vote on this one.
Okay.
There we go. Other questions or comments?
Mr. Thompson, the 4 firms that are going to be the accepted vendors, have they done work for Mesa Public Schools in the past? You mentioned that they've done work with schools, but have they done work for us?
Yes. Yes, they have.
And we've been satisfied with the work?
The one I would say, the Mid-State Mechanical hasn't done recent work for us, but they have done work for, all 4 have done work at some given time in the past. Most recently, Pueblo and McCarthy have done some work, Hackey as well. Again, our staff has had input into this entire process, particularly our HVAC staff. They are comfortable with all 4 of these vendors. I would not, I'm relying on them. I'm not standing up here saying I'm an expert in these four companies. I asked our folks point blank, do you want to work with them? Can they get the work done? Are you comfortable? Their answer was yes. So.
And I'm assuming, goes without question, I guess, that you're taking into account any master planning items that would overlap with this, so that we're making sure we're being wise about where we're spending our money. We may have schools in great need, but they may be slated for other things that will come up during master planning.
We are trying to balance master planning with need, and as I stated in the past, rooftop units can be picked up and moved. That's not what we intend to do, but I'm just, if it needed to be done, it could be done. But our first intention is to try to get the schools that need it the most. These schools are under operation now. Even with a master plan, they'll be in operation next year and probably the year after. And even after that, they'll probably be functioning as some kind of facility. So yes, we have an eye towards the master plan, and yes, we've taken that into account. But I will also say, as master plans do, they evolve, they change, they grow, and I don't want to say we have it perfectly right. I just want to say that I think we've taken all the information we have today into account, and if we're wrong, we'll pick it up and we'll move it somewhere else if we need to. But I doubt that would be true. I feel very confident in the work. We have about 15 schools identified right now, about $22 million in work to get started on, so we can get ordering done, so we can get work focused on. As we work with these companies, one of the things we're excited about is by having 4 companies, we also have a little bit of inherent competition, right? So we're going to be watching all 4, looking at their performance, evaluating. We did the similar thing with the Mountain View Mesa High Master Plan projects, having different contractors, different architects, so that we can balance and see and learn and grow in the knowledge of this work as it's moving forward. And this is the fastest way we can start that work and get going.
So I'm really disappointed we burned a year basically, and there's a great need for air conditioning in our classrooms. So I'm glad at least we're going to move forward on this. But do we know where we're going to put these units? And is it going to just be schools and classrooms?
It'll just be schools, you mean?
Schools.
It'll be schools. This is completely focused on schools. This is not administrative buildings. We do have needs in our administrative buildings.
They were at the top of the list last time.
But they are not top of the list, and these ESSER dollars, I feel, need to be focused on schools. This is 100% schools. This will not be used for anything but. To the issue of delay, I agree. I feel like time's gone by longer than we'd hope, but again, there's been a lot of moving targets on this from where we started to where we are today. Most assuredly, I want to say that we feel confident now that we know what we need to do to pass the federal regulations and make sure that the stimulus dollars that we're committing won't be called into question because of the process.
And I just want to say that the biggest cost of not having air conditioning and not having well-functioning air conditioning is not the cost of repairing the air conditioning, it's the lost learning. And that's, all along, that's why I've said we need to put schools at the top of the list.
Yes.
I'm looking at the document we have on February 8th, and I think that's given us the information where we are right now. And thank you for some clarifying around vendors. Are there 4 or 5?
There are 4.
I'm looking at this, and it looks like 5 to me.
Yep, it is 5.
Are we talking to the original bid?
This is for today.
Yeah, that's the executive summary.
And it's dated February 8th instead of the 26th.
Yeah, I think that part, you can kind of get back with me on there. So my understanding is we're looking at 15 schools, $75 million being spent on that. We haven't looked at where it's going to be, like we're saying 15 schools, but the appropriations, our allocation is toward those 15 schools. With that, do we have an estimate of what we're doing on the schools? I'm just trying to understand. We said $75 million, 15 schools, but we don't know exactly what we're doing with it. I'm trying to just get some idea of kind of what it's based on.
So the $75 million is simply the authorization of the entire contract amount to be spent. The initial schools and the initial scope is just where we're getting started. And we have a list of schools that will be continuing. Once we get these projects off the ground, then we're going to look at another group of schools and work with those vendors to start that. I think the challenge to all of this is that if you were to phrase it in the way of, if you were to go all in with one vendor, then if we have performance issues or something goes wrong, we have nowhere to go. So the intent here is to get started, to work with these vendors to get the work up and running and to be evaluative as they move along. And as they move along, then more and additional work will be awarded throughout the process. As we learn them and they learn us and we get this done, we can quickly evaluate who's getting, hopefully all 4 do wonderful and we just continue on through the process with all 4. That's our intent. But if there are trouble, we also have alternatives, as opposed to if we were with one vendor only and they failed, we would fail also, because they would struggle and we would struggle with them and we wouldn't have any really alternative. That's one of the reasons we looked at the cooperative contract and looked at the multiple vendor solution at this point.
As we look at budget and I'm looking at schools, I know we've looked at over time all of the different sets of schools and where we want to prioritize, and now looked at facilities that are the experts on it and say, well, they know what schools may or may not need to go in what section. But at this point, do we have an estimate of roughly how many schools we're serving?
How many, you mean how many will be done by the time we're completed the work? I wouldn't put that estimate on right now because price volatility is just skyrocketed, and that's my biggest concern. We need to get going, and we need to try and get as much done as quickly as possible. But I could tell you X today, and it'll change to Y tomorrow. That's one of the, we've been through that conversation with the master plans at the high schools. This price volatility, this supply chain issue is just not a place I've ever been in front of a board having a discussion on. I would typically want to have this much more specific and a lot more dollar, here's the plan and this is what we're doing. But they're literally going to be out there evaluating these schools. They're going to put the order in. I'm going to know what that price is. I'm going to have that pricing for the next round, and we're going to move from there. But I am seeing prices increase every 6 months on some of this equipment, lead times getting longer and longer. And so I don't want to make a commitment to something that I know might not be true at this point. But I know that we will continue to update to you to which schools we're working on, what that final pricing is looking like. I will disclose all of that as we go through the process so that you have a sense of where we are, what we're doing, and how much it's costing.
Other,
I just want to make sure there's, I'm sure you have a very strong sense of urgency because people are counting on us to have cooler classrooms next year. So as much as we can do that, if in phases, do design build so that you've got everything ready to go. So the next phase starts almost before the first one ends, just so they overlap a little bit, so it gets going as fast as possible.
That is one of the things in discussing this with the vendors. We've determined that in an ideal world, we'd be able to walk through phase one, close it out, and start another one. But because of where we're at in the world and because of pricing, we will get one phase done and we will walk on to the next phase while we're still in the process of doing the first one, especially because of lead times. So we'll design build. We'll get the project out and bid out and priced out. We'll commit to that, and then we'll start on the next project with them.
At this point, I just have a comment on this. Definitely, it's always been my thought and intentions and everything to, AC is very important. The health and what happens in our classes, not always the sexiest thing, but realizing it's critical and pivotal. Knowing we can't control the environment, but having some kind of basis of a 20% increase, set aside or something. I'm not directly, I don't do your job, but when I'm looking at this, it's just like, well, whatever happens just happens. To me, this is so jarring and that it's very unsettling to me.
It's very unsettling to me, Member Sears. I agree. What I can tell you is that's the reason we're looking at multiple vendors, so that we can compare notes and see that what we're doing in one area is the same we're getting charged in another, because the volatility, when I talk with contractors and I talk with architects, they're so uncertain about things right now, and I've never had these conversations, and that was one of the intentional designs of this, to include multiple vendors, because we need some way to know that we're getting the right pricing. And this to me, I think, is our best chance at doing that, because nobody can guarantee me pricing right now, but I can see what one vendor's doing while another vendor's doing while another vendor's doing. And if they're all in the same scope of pricing, then we know that they're probably all, running in the same pattern, right? But if somebody's way out of bounds, we're going to know. So I agree with you. Unsettling times, not where I want to be. This was the best way to assure you and our public that we're getting the best price while we move forward and try to get as much work done as possible.
So totally, when you talk about that, I want what I'm saying not to be misconstrued. Understanding price increases happen, And we're talking about a market that they're happening across the market, not what company A is different from company B. I understand we're talking about a market increase. So that's what I'm saying. I'm understanding building a budget in which we are talking to industry professionals, because we have these, where we getting some idea, and they're saying, well, it may increase next month or 6 months or down the line. That's when in the budget you actually build in some leeway, whatever it might be. And like my prime example, when you build a house outside of COVID, you have a Lowe's budget, you have a Home Depot budget for things happen with brand new stuff. But I guess in this budget, what I would like to, when we go forward, since we're saying $75 million, we don't know the amount of schools it's going to cost. Ed, when you talk about these regular check-ins, is having scale to this. This is a projection that they gave us. This is what we're looking at. So sticker shock doesn't happen where it's not just the increase. It's this, this, and this, and it's open relative to, our experience we just had.
Okay.
What has happened.
I think my only comment that I'd like to make is just that I actually kind of appreciate the delay, not for delay's sake, but I do appreciate the work that went into making sure we made the right decision for Mesa Public Schools. And so I do appreciate all the vetting your department has done we all share the concern that we want classrooms that are suitable for learning. And we know you share that as well. And so we appreciate you working through this. It was worth it, I think, to explore this option because it sounded like it could be a viable option to us. And even though it has put us into a time frame that none of us could have predicted or control, I do appreciate your careful work. And this is a lot of money, and we want to make sure we approach it in the best possible way we can, because that's our job as a board. So I appreciate that work. All right, we have a motion on the table, and Mrs. Head will call for our vote. Oh, darn it. It's not on the right. Do it every time. Okay, and that vote passes 3-0 with 2 abstaining. So that motion carries. Thank you. That has a quorum that passed it. We appreciate that. We'll let our work get started as soon as we can. I don't know, Mr. Wing, that the personnel requests have ever been this far down in the program, but
tell me about it.
Thanks for sticking with us. It is in no way a reflection on the importance we feel about the personnel requests.
I'm just kidding too.
Tell us what we've won, Mr. Wing, with these personnel requests.
President Richardson, Governing Board, tonight we're Human Resources is asking that you approve the 2/22/22 personnel actions along with its addendum.
Thank you for working in that date one more time for us tonight. Do I have a motion to approve the personnel requests, including an addendum?
So moved.
Thank you, Dr. O'Reilly. And a second.
I second.
Thank you, Mrs. Ellingson. Mrs. Head will call for our vote. Hopefully we were worth the wait. 5-0. That motion passes. Thank you. The last item on our action items, which we started about 4 hours ago, is our board travel. We had a study session at our last meeting where we discussed what our board would like to see in our travel, and we would like to adopt this new travel budget for the governing board, not to exceed $2,500 per board member. Do I have a motion to approve this?
So moved.
Thank you, Mrs. Sears. And a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Hutchinson. Mrs. Head will call, any discussion? So sorry. Great. Mrs. Head will call for our vote. That item also passes 5-0. If you didn't think we had been discussing before, we are now on item 9A. And Mr. Wing, we are going to ask you to give us an update on our meet and confer process. Important. Thank you. It's a lot of power.
Madam President, Governing Board, Superintendency, audience, tonight I want to provide to you meet confer updates from our 4 employee groups. Before I begin, I want to share that, I think all of us can agree that public education is underfunded, understaffed. And so when we look at our strategic plan to align our resources to maximize our dollars, our limited dollars, to ensure the best quality education outcomes, that's a work of meet confer. We do have 4 meet and confer teams. We have the Mesa Education Association for certified personnel, Mesa Education Support Professional Association, otherwise known as MESPA for hourly classified support staff, Mesa Association of Classified Supervisors, or otherwise known as MACS, exempt salaried classified folks. And then we have a Mesa Association of School Administrators, MASA. I'm not going to go through every names, but I do want to recognize those who are in each meet confer. Thank you, Ms. Berg in the back, along with many others. MESPA, thank you. Max, and MASA. Notice my name's on all 4 of them, just to give you guys a heads up. Don't want to miss that. So this year, I met with MEA and AEA to discuss possible implementation of an interest-based strategy when negotiating. This process is intended to be a win-win solution, can be used in committee work. I'm not suggesting you do it, but can be used even in with your family on deciding on next vacation trips or whatever. There are different components, and every system does it a little bit different, but probably some of the key components is the story. Tell us about the issue. And you're ensuring everybody's participating, you're collecting facts, opinions, perceptions. Sometimes somebody shares one thought or thing they understood, and somebody shares something else that's the opposite of what, just to get everybody's perspective. Interest is the second one, and that's probably the most important one, hence the interest-based strategies, and that's really focusing on why is this important for us to solve this. We go over options. This is where we brainstorm various options. We're documenting all of this for our team to have access for next meetings or in the future. Then we evaluate every option. So we do not evaluate during the option setup. It's more about keep brainstorming, keep giving me the creative ideas. Let's worry about the evaluation. That way we don't lose that participation, that creativity. And then ultimately implement. There are some things we do have to consider. Criteria would be like, is it legal? We have to remain in compliance. Data, sometimes we come up with a bunch of options. We're like, you know what, we need some data on whatever said topic. And then straw design, that's, some topics have multiple options that'll meet a straw design. This applies to one employee group, this applies to sub, it's a full option. So we're really in meet confer targeting competition and working conditions. Some of the working conditions does have a price tag to it, some does not. And that'll vary, and this is not in any particular order, by the way. I think I may put it in alphabetical order just to, maybe not, but certified contracts, the discussion of when do we get certified contracts out to be competitive with the market. Certified hourly rates and extra factor pay is a topic. The classroom site fund and pay for performance. This past spring, legislation changed some of the requirements, allowed for some flexibility. You'll see that that's on every meet confer agenda. ESI and MPS Return to Work Retirees Program. Again, another one that's consistent. Caseloads, class sizes, workload, I put that all in under one just to fit in the page. Oblig and other staff-related timelines, planning time, reduction in force. This was a carryover from the past. Retention stipend, salary increase just in general, speech path pay, student teacher hiring priorities, substitute teacher pay. And then there are some other topics too that may not have made the MEA priority list, but it may be some things that we do ultimately share with you depending on time and our priority and our efforts. MESPA, which is the hourly folks, they want to look at the 29-hour staff model, individuals who are not eligible for health insurance, access to computers and other resources and tools, maybe looking into developing apprentice programs. This may be redundant, but not necessarily applicable to 29-hour. It can be greater. Benefits and eligibility, classified professional development, comp time, and flex time. Due process rights, custodians. We already talked about ESI and MPS return to work. That does come up every fall for. The instructional aid 1 versus 2. New hire and rehire salary placement procedures. What do we do for an individual who thought they were going to greener pastures and then come back to us? How do we place them? It may not be how you think it is right now. Pay for performance, reassignments, resource center, transportation anomalies, staff, retention, stipend, salary increase, and streamlining the probationary period process. Oop, that's my laptop I'm turning. Let me turn this screen. Max, which is the classified, salaried, or exempt professionals, cell phone stipend review, ESI, and Mesa Public Schools return to work retiree program. Review the medical leave bank that was implemented going into this school year. New hire salary placement procedures, how many years of credit we give the individual for upon hire. Paid holidays, retention stipend, salary increase. You'll see in parentheses about a discussion about maybe being a little more consistent with all the employee groups. Sick leave reimbursement and vacation buyout. This is a lot of work we're doing, by the way, so kudos to those on the Me Confer teams. Massa considerations, athletic director compensation, bereavement leave, breaking of employment contracts, dean and team lead title change, should not be chance, to assistant principal. Director salaries, ESI comes up again, pay for performance comes up again, the principal evaluation and its process, voluntary transfer processes similar to what's on MEAs, and workload. So that's all we're working on. And with that, any thoughts, questions?
District shared any district considerations with the groups in terms of what the district wants?
I've been sharing some of the input provided by superintendency, and we're going to be meeting again to get a little deeper. One of probably the cons of the interest-based strategies, there's a lot more pros, but one of the cons is it's a time-consuming effort because they're trying to get everybody to participate and go through that full process with integrity and genuinely. So we're just not in a position yet that to share our thoughts. We're still going over the story and interest on all of the topics before we get to that part. We did do a snapshot of every topic that helps superintendency understand their what the topic is relating to or what it means, but the depth is not there yet, not for all of them.
About sharing interest, I thought all 5 parties would be part of it, so thank you.
The administration who are on the Me Confer are participating like anybody else, and I call on people if they're not participating because I want to engage everybody. So it's a story, interest. I'm sharing interest. I'm sharing options just like everybody else. Some of the options I don't personally agree with. Some of them are, I'd say status quo. Doesn't mean I agree with that or not, but I think it's showcasing that, hey, every brainstorming idea should be listed and documented and discussed and evaluated versus just one.
list of people that was on the, I mean, this is like you said, a time-consuming process, and I know they are coming, most of them after long days of work, to continue this conversation about how to make Mesa Public Schools really the greatest place to work. So we appreciate your help with that. Our final item on our agenda is our superintendent update. Dr. Forrest.
And Mr. Wayne, can I have the clicker? Thank you.
Second to final.
Second, oh, that's true. Second to final. And I'm just wondering, like, what kind of budget do we need to appropriate so we could have more than one clicker? Is it maybe for Christmas, you guys? Maybe
A
for
hot
Christmas.
commodity, right? Yeah, there we go. It's a working condition, right? We need another clicker. Well, good evening again, Madam President, members of the board and superintendency, and our folks that are still with us after all of this conversation. I wish I could tell you that this was going to go fast. I will talk as quickly as I can. We are committed to knowing every student's name, serve them by strength and need, and graduates ready for college, career, and community. It really resonates well with me when I continue to hear this message woven into many of the conversations that happen across, that we've heard throughout our evening tonight. And you know that our portrait of the graduate stands in the center of the 5 goals that are wrapped around our students to ensure that they have a quality life and live into that Mesa Public School promise. Just a quick update. Last week, I was at a national conference and had an opportunity to join 8 other superintendents across the country in a conversation with U.S. Secretary of Education Miguel Cardona. He really had a genuine interest in learning what are the current realities from the lens of superintendents across the United States. And if I could summarize our topics that we spoke about, they fall into 3 categories, which are so interesting. They've been spoken about tonight. The importance of the retainment and recruitment of high-quality staff to perpetuate public education for all children. I shared the next education workforce strategy that we're working on here in Mesa. Secretary Cardona asked me for additional information, sent it to one of his staffers, and I've already gotten a response. So there is interest in not doing the same old thing, but to do what we've done better, because our children definitely need it, especially in the time that we're in right now. Second was the importance of mental health responses, not only for our students, but also for our staff, and how are we as a public education system investing, and what are we learning that is working from one another. And then lastly, closing the learning gaps that happened not just through COVID, but have been accelerated through COVID. We know that we've had achievement gaps for many years in our country, and so thinking about creative ways to do that through partnerships and really leveraging the talents of many on our campuses. So it was a great opportunity. That was last Wednesday, the 17th at 3 o'clock. I think I will remember that for a very long time. So moving right back to Mesa, on February 12th, the city of Mesa hosted the annual Mesa Marathon. And boy, was there a lot of influence from Mesa Public Schools I'd like to share with you. The marathon welcomed thousands of runners from across the globe. And if you've ever wondered how people get back to their vehicles after running a marathon, we can share that detail with you. Our very own district transportation department is the answer. Over 100 buses, dispatchers, mechanics, and drivers reported between 1 and 2:30 a.m. to shuttle drivers from the parking areas at Mesa Riverview to the start of the marathon at Usuri Pass. Our team was fueled by snacks and beverages from Food and Nutrition, and transportation team member Elise Arujo and her family made delicious breakfast sandwiches for all of our team. Our beautiful buses were there to transport over 8,000 runners. Along the marathon route, which passed by Mountain View and Westwood High Schools, you could find many volunteers, including community contributors, our Mountain View Student Council, and Mesa High Air Force Junior ROTC members. We even had representation in the marathon too. On the right side of this picture is runner and teacher Shanna Murray, who was joined for the first 1 through 3 mile stretches along the route by many of her Guerrero 6th grade students. Pretty powerful conversation around community contribution, collaboration, and inclusivity. What an amazing story to tell. Looking at celebrations coming our way, many of our schools are celebrating big, and that's capital letters, big anniversaries this year, and our community is invited to celebrate. As I shared with you during the board calendar, you know that we have celebrations coming up both at Longfellow and at Lowell. Some of our other big school anniversaries this year include Whittier's 60th anniversary, Keno Junior High's 55th anniversary, Keller and MacArthur will celebrate 45 years, and Dobson their 40th year. Amazing to think of the legacy of Mesa Public Schools. This week is National Public Schools Week. We celebrate our amazing teachers, staff, administrators, students, and families across the district. This week is all about the importance of public education and providing opportunities for all of our children. We celebrate on social media and we highlight our amazing schools and programming this week and every week. And also want to give a shout out to our communications department, who received accolades for much of their communication efforts, but really want to highlight that importance of outreach not only to our English speaking communities but also to our Spanish speaking communities. So you'll see those celebrations both in English and in Spanish. So, coming up in March are several opportunities to celebrate, including National Women's History Month, Irish American Heritage Month, National Nutrition Month, Social Work Month, Youth Art Month, and National Middle Level Education Month. But we're always excited to celebrate Music in Our Schools Month. And at Mesa Public Schools, we are committed to providing a robust, creative, and performing arts program for our students. This includes our multi-award-winning music program. So I know that many of you like the by the numbers, and here are some interesting facts. So here we go. We know that Mr. Bergner has a vision statement that is embraced by our music educators. All music, all students. And that reflects our commitment to these stats that I'm going to share with you. There are approximately 10,000 school-owned instruments in our district, which will increase to over 13,000 over the next 3 years. Thank you to our ESSER funds and to our board approving that. We employ just over 150 music teachers district-wide, that's elementary and secondary. We offer general music, band, orchestra, choir, harp, guitar, mariachi, music theory, and soon popular music classes coming our way. We have approximately 32,000 currently receive some type of music instruction in our district. That's a pretty impressive number. Over 200 students are studying harp, which makes us the largest public school harp program in America. And the department has been recognized as a NAMM Best Community for Music Education for the last 4 consecutive years. Again, that's a hard bar to reach, so huge accolades to the work of our music department. 228 students were recently selected at the high school level to be members of an all-regional performance ensemble. Many will go on to successfully audition for placement in an all-state group later this semester. And lastly, 17 students will graduate from Mountain View High School this year with a seal of musical excellence from the Mesa Public Schools Conservatory Program, our first class of graduates. I feel like we were just talking about it. So 17 will cross that stage. And lastly, I'd like to celebrate a community partner champion. We cannot do this work alone in Mesa Public Schools, and we want to highlight those community partners. This evening, I would like to share a little bit with you about the Assistance League of the East Valley, as they're a long-time contributing partner to Mesa Public Schools. The Assistance League works with community agencies and schools to provide help to children in need. Last year, during the pandemic, the member volunteers provided over 18,500 hours of service, impacting the lives of more than 15,000 individuals. And in Mesa Public Schools, the Assistant League provides uniforms and clothing for 24 of our elementary schools through their signature philanthropic program called Operation School Bell. We are grateful and proud to have community partner champion the Assistance League of the East Valley supporting our children in Mesa. So with that, we are going to roll to a short video. So thank you for celebrating with me the great works. I wish we could capture every one of them, but this is a great highlight for this evening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Forlis. It's my favorite to see and learn about the great things happening across Mesa Public Schools. Dr. O'Reilly was right. On 2/22/2022, we have one more item left, and it's adjournment. Do I have a motion to adjourn this meeting?
I move we adjourn the meeting.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Ellingson. And a second.
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Hutchinson. Mrs. Head will call for our vote. Oh, second by Mrs. Hutchinson. Yes. Did I say Ellingson? Anyway. There you go. It passes 5-0. Good night, everybody. Get an ice cream cone at McDonald's on your way home to celebrate today.